What's up, chat? Screen pop up here. All right, so the concept today is that we're going to be blind ranking coasters. Made a little program for myself. Yeah, you can see I've got my whole list of credits in this one really long line of code, and then I'm doing some code. Basically, the closer I am to the actual ranking, the more points I get. If I'm dead on, I get 100 points. Otherwise, it's um, between 0 and 50 points, depending on how well I did, pretty much. So that's how that works. It's going to pull up a coaster. I'm going to pull up the POV, talk about my feelings about the coaster, and then try to guess what my blind ranking for the coaster is. So our first one we have here is Superman Ultimate Flight at Six Flags Over Georgia. Let me just pull this up and give us some room. So I'm a pretty big fan of the B&M flying coasters. I kind of hate them operationally, but as rides, they're pretty fun. Even if you get stuck on the brake run, that kind of messes it up. This one in particular, I waited like 2 hours for it because it kept breaking down, and then I was sitting on the brake run for a while. But the layout's fun. I enjoy the ride. So yeah, I'm gonna pre-rank this and say, well, actually, wait, hold up. I forgot my own format. Let me put my music on too. So let's see. I'm gonna say, well, I'm gonna open up YouTube and get my POV up. All right, yeah. So, Six Flags Over Georgia, Superman POV. All right, so yeah, we'll talk about this real quick. So that's the lift hill. Yeah, really good forces on this thing. The positives on the pretzel loop are, of course, insane. Yeah, you can see going right into the pretzel loop there to start off the ride. I think it gets the pretzel loop even faster than Manta does. And then the rest of the elements are like whatever, kind of flowy, whippy, some nice corkscrews. Not really whippy, kind of more on the gentle side of things. And Over Georgia specifically has really nice terrain interactions. This is the only Superman I've been on, so I can't say how much better the terrain makes it compared to the other ones. But for all that, I think I ranked this probably around the lower middle half of the pack, so still good. You'll see that I really only truly dislike my bottom like 20 coasters. So even bottom middle of the pack is still pretty good, at least for what I've been on. So I'm gonna say that Superman is, let's say, around the hundreds. I'm gonna say 110. Oh, I was pretty off there. My actual rank is 74, so I get 40 points for that. All right, next up we have Storm Runner at Hershey Park. So, pull up the POV here. Should have made like a playlist for this, whatever. So Storm Runner is probably one of the best launch coasters out there, with King Dakar and Top Thrill 2 being done. Still got the hydraulic launch on this one, super punchy. In terms of other things going for this ride, I'm a fan of the airtime on this top hat that you can see in front of us here. Yeah, that's a pretty good element, pins you to the seat pins you to the restraint pretty well. And then the flying snake dive on this ride is really fun. That's that other element coming up here. But the thing that's holding this ride back a little bit, and what saves it from being, or what stops it from being my favorite ride at Hershey Park, is the length. You're getting a really good launch, 2 pretty good inversions, some airtime, but it's missing length. I like a good long coaster. So there's other coasters I like at Hershey Park a little bit more than this one, but this is still great. This is definitely top 4 at that park for me. So I'm gonna say that I rank Storm Runner. It's top. I want to say it's top 30, maybe top 40. I'll say 35. That's not scripted. I apparently that's exactly where I rank Storm Runner. So yeah, if I get the exact spot, I guess it perfectly correct, I get 100 points for that. Let me just pull up a side window to make sure I'm not missing any chat messages. I don't think I am, but just in case. I don't think I am, but just in case. Let's see. Alright, Flight Deck. Oh, I know this one. Actually, this was, I was testing the program and Flight Deck came up. So, let me pull up the POV here. This is Flight Deck at Canada's Wonderland. It's the only flight deck I've been on. So, Flight Deck is currently down and being rethemed as Daredeviler. That said, I hate SLCs, as basically every Thuzy does. You know, good layout, but just awful jankiness, track. Just not a lot of good with this ride. So, yeah, I don't have too much to say. This is the worst SLC that I've been on. Not that Mind Eraser at Darien Lake is much better, and spoilers for Mind Eraser's placement. Yeah, the inversions are kind of fun, but the only time I've ever ridden this ride, one of my friends was getting hit on by a creepy Canadian in line, and one of the girls ahead of us in line came off the ride with her ears bleeding from her piercings. So that's really everything you need to know about Flight Deck at Canada's Wonderland. And I remember from my pre-stream testing that this is my 192nd favorite coaster. 191. Never mind. I misremembered. But yeah, basically there. Alright. So, Whirlwind at Seabreeze. This is a kind of obscure coaster. Seabreeze is my home park, so I've been here a couple times. I've only been on Whirlwind once. It's fun. It's the same layout as all these like Maurer spinners. So like Spider, Laugh Track. There's more. The names aren't coming to mind. But yeah, decent spinning Wild Mouse layout here. Not really a Wild Mouse. Spinning family coaster layout. It doesn't spin too much, or at least it didn't for me. I like Cedar Point's Wild Mouse a fair bit more than this model. But it's got a few decent pops of like weird sideways floater, some fun banks. Overall not a horrible coaster. It just runs a little bit slow for my tastes. But yeah, since this is the one that you don't have to wait like 2 hours for, I'm gonna like it a lot more than the Hershey Park one, in spite of the lack of theming. But for all that, I'm gonna say that this is somewhere in the 140 range, maybe. Let's say 142. 129. Okay, a little higher than I thought. Alright, we have Jersey Devil next up. So, right off the bat, I know for a fact that this is my least favorite RMC. It's the only single rail that I've been on, and I find the seating pretty uncomfortable on this ride. Not the worst, but like sitting in a straddle position on this ride in particular with the wheel in between your feet, it's not like the Intamin straddles where you can kind of sit normally. This one is like, yeah, you gotta lock your legs weirdly. The forces on this ride are fun. Apparently compared to the other single rails, it's not nearly as intense or whippy or anything, but I like the inversions, I like the airtime hills. I don't think it's a bad layout, for sure. I think they did a pretty good job with the plot of land they were given to work with. But yeah, this is definitely not among my favorite coasters, but in the upper half for sure. It's still an RMC. So I'm gonna say that I gave this in the 70s. We'll say 70. Actual rank 68. Not bad. Alright. Okay, ignore this coaster's remaining thing. I don't know what's going on with that. In Vertigo, okay. In Vertigo at Kings Island. I have a hot take. I don't know how hot of a take this is. I really don't like in Vertigo at Kings Island. Okay, it doesn't really impact the rating of the coaster, but look at this station. This is so ugly. It's like prison doors keeping you from like walking under the track here. I don't know why they're so extra. And the entire queue is just like prison gates, like, ugh. This is so ugly at the front of the park. Not particularly a fan of the restraints. It tracks decently smoothly, but I don't know. Boomerang layout plus SLC restraints. And honestly, it could have ended up a lot worse than it is, but I don't know, I don't like this ride very much. But I'm going back this year, so maybe my opinion on it will have changed a little bit. I'm gonna say this is lower bottom half. Maybe... Actually, wait, no, the coaster's remaining count is correct. Yeah, lower bottom half, maybe 140 range, 150. We'll say, actually, I might have ranked this really low. Let's try 160. Actually ranked it 180. Oh wow, yeah. I forgot how much I didn't like this coaster last year. All right, Wild Mouse at Cedar Point. I was just talking about this one. Wild Mouse is really fun. I've only done it once because it usually has like a 40-minute wait when I see it. Capacity isn't great for Cedar Point, but the spinning on this ride is so fun. You know, you're unlocked right from the start of the ride, as you can see here. My one ride was in the cheese car, so it was, you know, the heavier car that spins more. Yeah, nice comfortable turns, which is unusual for a hairpin turn, but the spinning smooths it out. And then these drops and these bank turns down here are just like genuinely really forceful and fun. You can see, comparing this to the Whirlwind POV, how much zippier this thing is. Like, it's got real speed to it. Spoiler for the rest of the list, but this is my favorite Wild Mouse, and it's not even close, because I hate Wild Mice, but this one is actually enjoyable. And I had so much to say about it, I finished the entire POV. Alright. This one, I'm gonna say ranks in lower top half. Maybe 105-ish. Yeah, let's go with that. We'll say 105. My actual rank is 106. Damn. Okay. Alright. I have 187 coasters left. I don't know if I'm gonna do the whole list today. We'll see. See if we get bored of this. Apple's Apple is up next. Speaking of wild mice, I don't like wild mice. This is one of the better mock mice. I do like the bigger mock mice a little bit more, just because of this first drop you can see here. It's pretty sizable, gives you some fun, janky airtime. Maybe a little bit of positives at the bottom of the drop too. Then we get to these god-awful hairpin turns, and this is one of the mice that seems to brake heavier, so therefore I don't hate it quite as much. You know, I'd rather be brake to hell and feel no forces at all, as opposed to full force Wild Mouse destroying my rib cage. So for that, this is one of my favorite wild mice of the category of roller coasters that I absolutely despise. Um, so yeah, this is gonna be towards the bottom of my list for sure. Maybe in the 180 range. I'm gonna say 185. I'm gonna say lower than in Vertigo. Actual rank 183. This is easier than I thought it would be. Voyage, okay. Finally something good. It's the nature of the credit count though. Voyage is one of my favorite coasters, hands down. Like I said before, it kind of feels like a B&M Hyper with just so much track length, floater airtime, a little bit of ejector and positive G's. Just a tiny bit of that wooden coaster bite, just enough to give it character though, not nearly enough to make it rough. They do a great job keeping this thing running well. Just the scale and the length, the amount of airtime, the fact that it feels about 2 times longer than you'd think it would be. Yeah, just everything about Voyage is amazing, and I haven't even ridden it at night with the trims turned off, so like, it can only get better from what I've experienced. It wasn't even hot that day either, so like, this thing's an absolute beast. I love every second of it. I want to say this is my number 7 overall. It's within the realm of top 10. I haven't done a lot better than the Voyage, so I'm gonna say this is my number 7. Let's see what I get. 8. I was 1 off. That my top 10 varies depending on the day, though. Alright, Steel Vengeance. I'm pretty sure this is my number 4. I try to keep my top 10 memorized, but I don't know. We'll see if I'm spot on about that or not. Alright, so Steel Vengeance is widely considered the best coaster in the world by a lot of people. It's up there for me in the category of like 11 out of 10 roller coasters that I can't decide between. Like this, Airy Force, Velocicoaster, to name a few. These gigantic elements at the start, these huge airtime hills, overbanks, are all amazing, and then the second half is probably my favorite coaster finale of all time, with just airtime hill after airtime hill, weaving through the structure, off-axis, weird banking, just everything great about modern roller coaster design is here in Steel Vengeance. I guess aside from a stall, that's like the one thing that RMC has started doing a lot more since this ride. But yeah, what else is there to say about Steel Vengeance? It's one of the best rides in the world. This is going to be my number 4, I'm pretty sure. There we go, yeah, number 4. Alright. 575 points. Oh, and Steel Vengeance was the 10th coaster to show up. Stardust Racers. I'm gonna say... I'm pretty sure I have it so Stardust Yellow is number 3, or Stardust Green is number 3, and Stardust Yellow is number 2. Oops, that's... Okay, well, I just realized that my top, like, 10 is showing up here. I wasn't looking at that, as you can tell, because I got Voyage wrong. Let's just hide that. Alright, we'll take a mulligan for Stardust. I mean, I say that, I didn't actually look at it just then. I was kind of trying to avoid my eyes. I'm pretty sure I have Stardust ranked number 2. I'm pretty sure I have Stardust above Steel Vengeance, but not my number 1, so... this is the green side. I'm not going to play both POVs. They're pretty similar. I like yellow more, but that first launch is super punchy. This dive is really fun, but the dive into the mist later is even more fun. Just ejector, airtime hills, and camelbacks, and off-axis, twisted. Really, every type of airtime you can imagine is on this ride. We've even got some floater. Yeah, this is the dive into the mist that I was talking about. So fun. This has like the 0G roll with whatever they call it, Stardust roll. The yellow one has like the Iron Gwazi death roll coming over that hill. Which is why I like the yellow one more. That's about it. I know there's other differences in the layouts, but I was kind of too busy being blown away by the coasters to analyze the difference between yellow and green, aside from that inversion. So I basically have them ranked exactly the same. But since we're guessing yellow right now, I'm gonna say that this is my number 2 coaster. Wait, what? Actual rank 4? How can they both be 4? Steel Vengeance is 4. Is there something wrong with my program? Oh well. Predator at Darien Lake. Okay. We're back to mid. I know a lot of people say that this ride is like good now after the retrack, and I would say it's good and then I don't hate it. You know, it's got that Titan track, it's smooth, aside from like a goofy little turnaround. And for that, like, I'll give it some props. It's fun in that regard, but the profiling of this coaster is just not it. Like, that airtime hill you just saw doesn't give airtime. This turnaround is like, it's got some speed to it, and overall the whole ride has some speed to it. It's well paced, but it doesn't have the airtime that it looks like it does. It's just a little too big and a little too shallow to hit those airtime hills with like the correct amount of speed and forces going over them. So while it is smooth and re-rideable and enjoyable even, I don't think it's that good of a coaster still. I believe this is in about the middle of my bottom half of coasters. So for that, I'm gonna say that this is maybe around 120. My actual rank is 147. I was harsher on that one than I remembered. Right, Kitty Hawk, okay. This is one of my least favorite coasters of all time. Definitely bottom 5. When I first rode this, it was my number 1 least favorite coaster. It was my first hang and bang, and I've since done Silver Streak at Canada's Wonderland, which I don't hate nearly as much as this one. But it's boring, it's slow, it's forceless, and it jackhammers and rattles like an SLC, headbangs like an SLC. It's really all of the bad parts of an SLC without the redeeming quality of the insane intensity and really whippy inversions, so yeah, I have nothing positive to say about this ride. I'll let you know what I think about Air Rail at Kings Island, because that's the last hang and bang in the region that I frequent that I haven't yet ridden. But yeah, this ride sucks. I stepped in a huge puddle waiting in line for this ride, and that's the most memorable thing about it, aside from how terrible it is. So yeah, I think this is still probably in my bottom 5. And if it's not, I need to change that, remembering how it was. But I'm gonna say that this is my number 191. And that's exactly where it was, 191. Alright, Phoenix at Knoebels. From one of the best, from one of the worst to one of the best. So, I love Phoenix at Knoebels. This is one of my favorite wooden coasters, one of my favorite coasters overall. Just the standing airtime. This tunnel is fun. They always have the Halloween theming up. They usually just turn the lights off so you can't see the Halloween theming, at least when I've been. It's 70 feet tall. It's nothing crazy in terms of stats. No super fast, but the profiling is unreal. And people say that this ride is nothing without the buzz bars. I strongly disagree. I think it's a fantastic layout. Definitely the best, like, small scale out and back Woody. Even if it had, like, God forbid if it had a seatbelt, and like ratcheting instead of the single position lap bars. Well, I guess not single position, but you know. These airtime hills are insane. Every single airtime hill on this thing hits. There's not a single dull moment on this ride. Even the turnarounds are fun. They're just whipping you with positives. Nothing too crazy on those turnarounds, but they're fun. And then, of course, the airtime hills are the star of the show. We're coming up. I want to talk this whole POV because these hills are some of my favorite airtime hills on any ride. Those like ejector death hills, launch you out of your seat, standing airtime. Yeah, Phoenix is a legend. It is every bit as good as everyone says it is. Except the people that are wrong, they don't think it's that good. want to say I have this ranked like number 15 overall. So yeah, let's see how that is. That's 15, actual rank 17, so close. And from one Knobles to another, we have Cosmos Curves. So my least favorite Knobles Coaster. Knobles Coaster. Yeah, so this is a little ENF Miler kiddie coaster, but it does have a little bit more sauce than the other ENF Miler kiddie coasters. It's like greased up or something. Yeah, each of these hills gives like actual legitimate weird like sideways banked airtime. So for all that, it's definitely one of my favorite kiddie coasters if I really had to compare kiddie coasters. I don't have a lot to say about this. I want to say I rank my kiddie coasters pretty low. I prefer a thrill coaster even if it's a little bit rougher. So for that, I'm going to say that this is just around the 160 mark. 164, not bad. Punches well above its weight for what it is. Medusa Great Adventure, one of my favorite B&M floorless coasters. Pull up that POV. This thing is super fun. It's huge. Has a bunch of massive inversions. It's pretty smooth. Not the smoothest in the world. No floorless is. They can be a little bit headbangy. But it's really fun. I don't have a lot negative to say about this other than a floorless can only be so good, but the bar of quality is pretty much this and Kraken. Yeah, this Cobra Roll coming up is super fun. Yeah, nothing negative to say about this ride. It's about as good as a floorless coaster can get. So for that, I'm gonna say this is top 70, at least. I'm gonna say 78. 79, that's crazy. I swear this isn't scripted. Stardust Yellow, oh right. Yellow showed up twice on the list. I messed up some of the inputs, it's okay, we'll do it better later. I assume this is the actual Stardust Yellow. So if the other one's my Stardust Green, I'm gonna say this is number 2. I already talked about Stardust, so I'm not gonna harp on it. I don't know what's going on with Stardust. Maybe it's not removing stuff from the list properly. Top Thrill 2, okay. A coaster that I thought was pretty good the first time I rode it, and the second time I rode it, I thought this is one of the best coasters out there. First launch is pretty solid. It already beats out a lot of launches, even when it's just getting up to speed and not actually the main launch. You know, and then you roll back, and that's fun. You get a little bit of floater coming down from this. You get floater going up the spike, too. Insane. And then, you know, positive Gs as you start to valley from that, or hit the valley. Then that insane forward launch just plasters you into the seat back. Then probably the single best ejector airtime moment in the entire world on the top of that top hat, and the spiral on the way up and the way down. I mean, I have more to say about this ride than can even be said in the 1 minute long POV. But yeah, Top Thrill 2, definitely one of the best coasters out there. Was Discord. Nothing but great things to say about this ride, even though at first I thought it was a bit overrated. I think in my overall rankings, I want to say that this is top 15? I know I just heaped a lot of praise on it, but like I do like a long coaster with a lot of variety. Yeah, I'm gonna say 13 overall. Exactly where it was. Let's go. All right, Bobcat. Okay, Bobcat is a about as good as a family wooden coaster probably could possibly get without like dipping into the thrill category. Um, like Phoenix, it's very short in terms of height and length, but it makes up for it with speed and phenomenal profiling. Um, I think Gravity Group was looking at RMC when they were profiling some of these hills, because this ride doesn't give floater, it gives ejector. That first airtime hill, flowjector, this double up, we're getting some more like twisted flowjector. This hill right here gives actual ejector, as well as this one, and the interaction with the track kind of reminds me of Steel Vengeance, like going underneath itself. Then that like double up at the end, the turnaround, and then going onto the track one last time for the brake run. Super short ride, but for what it is, it's really fun. It's the best coaster at Great Escape, and the only like really solid coaster at Great Escape too. So for that, this is in my top 80 and one of my highest rated family coasters. So I'm gonna say this is 85. The actual rank is 87. Let's see. The worst flub I've gotten so far. Predator was a pretty bad flub. Anyways. Twister, back to Knobles. We're knocking out all the Knobles early. This ride is really fun. I think there might have been a time where you could call this underrated, but now people are giving it its flowers. It's no Phoenix. I think the people that say this is better than Phoenix are either just being contrarians on purpose or are just genuinely have really bad tastes. And that's not to say this coaster is bad. I like it a lot, actually. I like its weird 2-lift hill setup going. I like its funky laterals. And yeah, this is just a great ride. It's huge, at least compared to everything else at Knobles. You really feel the size of this thing. And definitely very intense. One of the most intense woodies out there. So, if you're an intensity guy, this might be not better than Phoenix. It's not. But it's pretty damn good. I want to say that I have this ranked in the 60s to 80 range. I'm gonna go close. We'll split the middle and say 70s. Yeah. Let's go 73 for Twister. 108. Damn. Remember it better than when I first wrote it, I guess. Steel Curtain. Okay. I just got on this year. One of Kennywood's signature attractions. The slowest lift hill I've ever been on. Over half the ride length is, well, that's not true. It's a very long coaster, actually. But yeah, North American record holder, tied with Alpine Fury for most inversions in America. Pretty much every inversion on this thing is pretty good, but not quite on the level of Alpine Fury's inversions. Or like the Mosasaurus roll. My favorite moment is actually that airtime hill we just saw, not even any of the inversions, but it is extremely disorienting to go through a hypercoaster with 9 inversions in such a small, kind of out and back and then out and back again layout. But it's definitely limited by space in terms of how exciting each individual inversion is. It's a bit more of a numbers game than it is, you know, here's 9 of the best inversions in the world. But for what it's worth, those inversions are pretty good. I only got 1 ride on this thing, so I would like to get more at some point. But yeah, I like Steel Curtain quite a bit. I'm gonna say this is in my top 50. Let's say 47. Actual rank 30, okay. Alright, backlot stunt coaster at Canada's Wonderland. Okay, I kind of rank these things unfairly. For what they are, they're fun. They're pretty forceful for family coasters. I don't like the restraints, and some of the transitions and elements are a little bit painful, I can't lie. That first helix is super fun, though. I love how insanely intense that is for a family ride. This part here, I'm not the biggest fan of. Just kind of bangs you around a little bit. It's forceful and it's aggressive, and I respect that a lot for this, for what this coaster is going for. But yeah, I don't love backlot, especially when the effects aren't working. This little indoor section is fun though. I'm getting all my thoughts out about backlot now because I'm not really going to talk about the other ones when they come up. But yeah, it's fine. I'm a little sick of riding these because so many of the parks that I visit regularly, well, Canada's Wonderland, King's Dominion, and King's Island I go to all the time, and I've ridden this ride a lot, and I'm sort of getting sick of it, but it's not bad. Personal bias aside, I'm gonna say I rank this one 130. Actual rank 138. Here we go. All right, Racer 75. This is the one at King's Dominion. The one at King's Island is just called Racer. And this is specifically the right side. I don't know if I rank the right side or the left side higher. They are both on there. And I like this ride. It's smooth, it gives good airtime. They retracked it recently, so it's quite smooth. And by good airtime, I mean the lightest floater, but this would be... Oh, I need to watch this video later. I love King's Dominion. Alright, anyways. Yeah, it's a nice family ride. This is definitely one of the first coasters that I would spring to take a kid on, because you get your airtime, you get your thrills, you're on a nice big long coaster, but it's not obliterating you in any way. It's pretty tame. But in the family Woody category, the racers are towards the top for sure, even though they were more thrill wooden coasters when they opened. So yeah, for all that, I'm gonna say that Racer 75 is in my top 140, I want to say. Let's say 146. Actual rank 116. One family Woody to another, Kentucky Flyer. So I've ridden this thing, I think I got 2 rides on it. Oh, this is a back row POV, interesting. Feels like the more twisted version of a ride like Bobcat, but I don't think the profiling is nearly as good. Or maybe it's just being in Kentucky Kingdom, because there's better coasters there, whereas Great Escape is like weirdly carrying the lineup. That Double Down doesn't really do what you'd think it would. It's got a few like bordering on ejector moments, but I think it focuses a little too much on being twisty. It's probably just because they're dealing with a weird plot of land. But it's not bad. I like this ride. For the airtime, for what airtime there is, and for the smoothness, you can't really say anything super bad about Kentucky Flyer. I'm gonna say this is like 95. Actual rank 99. Alright. So, Canyon Blaster, one of my least favorites. This is another one that last year was my least favorite coaster when I first rode it. Or, not last year, back in 2024 now. So, a lot of you might not know this ride. It's pretty obscure. Well, for a Six Flags coaster at least. But yeah, this is Six Flags Great Escape's Mine Train. It's a rundown. It nearly stalls after the second lift hill before the helix. It's rough. It's janky, as every Aero Mine Train is, but some of them are janky and fun. This one is janky and boring. You're not even going through like particularly beautiful scenery. It's just some trees and then like, I don't even know what this water is. Yeah, something to do with their like log flume ride that isn't open anymore. It might be open, I don't know. I didn't do it. But yeah, really small lift hill into some whatever turns, and like a little low to the ground janky as hell helix here that destroyed my shins. Then there's this, and this is the part of the ride that almost stalls because it goes up a drop and then has to bring itself back to the height of the lift hill. And I'm pretty sure this coaster does stall. You can see even this POV, it's absolutely crawling through that section. And it barely makes the helix. And then the helix beats the hell out of you. This transition out of it is god-awful. And then the ride's over. So yeah, this was my former least favorite coaster back in 2024. Just like how Kitty Hawk was my least favorite back in 2025. So Canyon Blaster is going to be bottom 4 still, I'm pretty sure. I want to say this is 190. 187. Okay, not quite bottom 4. Backlot Stunt Coaster came up again at Canada's Wonderlands. Well, it was 138 last time. It's probably 138 now. There we go. Cheating. Racer 75. Doing Racer 75 right again. Well, we'll continue cheating. This is 116. Go. Great American Scream Machine. Okay. This is an interesting ride. Make sure we get the Georgia one. I have not been on the... Well, I won't be on the Great Adventure one because that one was gone before I even became a Thuzy. But yeah, we have this pretty huge wooden coaster in Over Georgia. Old, I think PTC made this one. But yeah, look at this gigantic out and back layout. So very drawn out. I think it gave airtime, but also this was some of the worst jackhammering I've ever experienced on a coaster. Granted, I came off of this thinking it was still pretty good. You know me, I'm a sucker for length, and this is one of the longest wooden coasters I've ever been on. Just airtime hill after airtime hill, but some of it is like kind of a boring turnaround because, you know, we are still dealing with an old ass Woody, and the rattle is intense on this ride. I'm trying to think of like standout elements. All the airtime hills are kind of the same on this thing. I guess the finale is a little bit better than the rest of the ride. But yeah, this is a generically pretty good Woody that could be great if it was smooth, but it's not, so... American Scream Machine is going to be... Ooh. I'm gonna say 110. 146 was my actual rank. I was pretty off for that one. Alright, Mystic Timbers, okay. This ride was pretty damn forceless when I rode it. I've heard things that you have to like hold up the restraints so you're not getting stapled as the ride goes on, or that you have to ride it. I mean, I rode it warmed up. I rode it right at the end of the day, and I rode in the middle of the day too, on a hot day, and I don't know, it wasn't doing much for me. I mean, it was ripping through the layout. It's a speed monster. But I've realized I just kind of don't fuck with GCI's design language. They tend to kind of kill their airtime with overbanks. Not even overbanks, just regular banks. But like, yeah, look at the speed this thing is going. It's for the speed alone, this is an insanely good coaster. But like, those two hills there, they look like they give ejector. I didn't even like get floater on some of these, really any of these hills. But the twisting and the whipping is fun, and the length is great. It's super long. But yeah, this is quite possibly the most overrated coaster I've ever ridden. I'm gonna get out there again this year, and I'll try to hold my lap bar up and see if I can do anything else to make this ride actually give the airtime that it looks like it should. Like, the first time I rode it, I was convinced that something was wrong with the ride, but... Or, like, it was, like, running badly that day, which it might be. We'll see. But Mystic Timbers is still... I still rank it, like, I think maybe top 30, top 40, just for the speed and the whip. I'm gonna say 35 for Timbers. 51, okay. Yeah, 35 is still pretty good for my list. Georgia Scorcher. Alright, from a coaster that I consider overrated to one that I consider pretty underrated. This was my first floorless coaster aside from Pipeline. And I actually like this one a fair bit. It's a pretty solid layout. Definitely leg crushing intensity in a not so good way. But for what it is, the layout I find pretty fun. I think the forces are decently well distributed. A stand-up coaster is not the best type of coaster, and we all know this. But for what it's worth, this one is pretty fun. Definitely better than a lot of... Well, I mean, I've only ever ridden Vortex in this one, but it's certainly better than Vortex. So, yeah, some fun. There's like some things resembling airtime on this ride too, which is kind of rare for these 90s B&Ms. Yeah, like that like whippy twisted hill there is pretty fun. So yeah, this is definitely one of the better B&M stand-ups out there. I'm gonna say this was in my top 110. I'm gonna say 115. 101. Okay. Dominator KD. I know people love this ride in terms of how floorlesses go. I think this is about middle of the pack. It's not the worst one I've been on. It's not... I don't think it's anywhere near Medusa. Personally, I don't know, it's just lacking whip on a lot of these elements, as opposed to... I mean, it's got the positive Gs, but, like, so does every 90s B&M. And the loop is great, it's massive, and you definitely feel the floater at the top, crushing positive Gs at the bottom. Yeah, the loop alone is what keeps this out of middle of the bottom of the pack for the floorless coasters, but yeah, I don't have too much to say about this thing. It also kind of crawls through the second half of the layout, so not a huge fan. It's solidly like the 6th best coaster at King's Dominion, but that's more to say about how good King's Dominion's lineup is than this ride. So yeah, Dominator is going to be in my top 80, 90. I'm gonna say 95 for Dominator. 94. Damn. Alright, Jolly Rancher Remix. Hershey Park. So, this coaster is a boomerang, and it's my favorite boomerang, so we get to start with my favorite. Yeah, the theming is really good on this ride, the music. Okay, let me play a little bit of the music for you guys, if you don't know. I think the park might have added that music in themselves in the POV, but anyways, yeah, you get some fun like techno music as you're playing or as you're riding. There's the Jolly Rancher fart tunnel coming up. And apparently the flavors have like rarities on them, so there's so much interesting stuff going on with this ride, and the vest restraints make it comfortable. The track work isn't too bad. The boomerangs generally run a lot smoother than the SLCs. So yeah, for all those, this is my favorite boomerang. That said, it's still a boomerang, so it's not that great. But I want to say that this makes my top like 120. I'm gonna guess that it's around 123. 155, okay. Keep tending to overrate these rides in my memory compared to where I actually have them ranked. Siren's Curse. One of the best coasters at Cedar Point for sure. Kind of came out of nowhere and broke into everyone's top 5 in this park. There's nothing like your first ride on Siren's Curse, especially I happened to be in the very back for my first ride, so I got to go all the way up on the spike. Well, not spike, but the tilt track. And my god, what an experience. And the on-ride audio is great. Theming for Cedar Point is really good. And then the stuff after the drop is also great. It's not like a dive coaster where you have a fun gimmick and then the rest of the ride is like whatever, just kind of a generic looper. No, after the tilt track on this, you're blessed with a fantastic layout, I will say, I agree with some people that it lacks in character just a little bit. Like, it's perfect, but it doesn't have any, like, there's not one element that I can point to on this thing and be like, yes, this is the element that makes me fall in love with Siren's Curse. It's all just great. It's all, like, solid, beautiful, perfect, but it's a little short, and none of the elements are like, yeah, I have to ride Siren's Curse to experience blah blah blah. It's just a kind of, I have to ride Siren's Curse because it's a really fucking good ride. Even just like give it like something like a Mosasaurus roll and it would shoot up to probably being my favorite coaster in the park. But as it stands, it's still one of my favorite coasters. It's like definitely in the top 5 for Cedar Point. So I'm gonna say Siren's Curse is my number 17. Yes, exactly right. 17 for Siren's Curse. And Vertigo is back. I'm just gonna skip that one. Put in a 0. Queen City. So this is Kings Island's backlot stunt coaster. It was just recently renamed. I wrote it as Queen City, so that's why I have it named like that. This coaster is the same as the one at Canada's Wonderland. Everything I said about that one applies to this one. I think the effects are a little bit more consistent than Canada's Wonderland, so I'll give it points for that. And I've already forgotten where I rank Canada's Wonderland's backlot, so this backlot is gonna be, I don't know, 10th. What? I don't know where that number came from. Maybe 10th best at Kings Island. No, it's gonna be in my 130s, I want to say. 35. Snoopy Soapbox. Honestly, probably my preferred of the family coasters at Kings Island. Including Backlot, I do like this more than Backlot, I think. Maybe not. I honestly don't remember where I ranked it. But let's pull up the video. This is Kings Island's Family Boomerang. So, Peanuts bias aside, I do love the adorable Peanuts theming on this ride and the Camp Snoopy theming in general at Kings Island. But what I really like about this ride is the layout. It's not pulling any forces that you wouldn't find on your average, like, Vekoma family coaster. But, like, that's fine. It doesn't really need to for what it is for the audience that it's for. You get, like, a little bit of positives, just a little bit of tiny pops of floater airtime, and just the tiniest little pops of force here and there, which, you know, sometimes that's all you want, and then going backwards is fun. Like, it's a nice chill layout. My dad somehow managed to get nauseous on this ride of all things, but apparently just doesn't like going backwards. But yeah, I'm a fan, and there is one more family boomerang that I've been on that I like a little bit more, but we'll get to that later. Soapbox Racers is a family coaster, but it's one of my favorites. Borderline kiddie coaster, but still one of my favorites in that category. So for that, I'm going to say that this is in my top 150. I'm going to say this is 155. 127. Higher up than I thought. That might be a little bit overrated. Anaconda, one of my only defunct credits. I was at King's Dominion in 2024 before this thing closed. So I actually think that this ride is way overhated. Of all the Aero Loopers I've been on, this was not one of the ones that I disliked. It's rough, but I actually think the layout's pretty fun. Definitely horrible janky transitions, and, like, you know, the pre-made loops or whatever, but, like, the setting over the lake is really fun, getting to dive into the tunnels. I really hope a future King's Dominion coaster takes that concept and runs with it like a dive coaster. Or, like, not dive, but like a tilt. That'd be sick. Yeah, the mid-course slows you to a crawl, as you can see, and then you do this little weird transition off of that. But for what it's worth, I didn't like this that much less than Loch Ness Monster. And I know that's probably insane, but I don't know. I think this is a decently fun aero looper. I don't have a lot of bad things to say about this ride as an aero looper. So this one I'm gonna say was in my top 110. I'm gonna say this is about 106. 120. Not awful. Riddler Mindbender, my favorite SLC, and that's not saying much. This one has the... Actually, wait, no, sorry. That's Riddler Revenge. Riddler Mindbender is the Schwarzkopf at Over Georgia. I don't have a whole lot to say about this ride. I'm not the world's biggest Schwarzkopf guy. I'm sure these were probably some of the best coasters around in the 70s, but like, I don't know, by modern standards, it's smooth, like really smooth for how old it is, which is, you know, that's pretty common for Schwarzkopf. The loops are super intense, of course, crazy positive Gs the entire time. Aside from that, I find the layout to be kind of meandering, but it's long, and it gives, you know, good scenic views of the little area that it surrounds, and yeah, lots of positive qualities about this one, but not a lot of like standout amazing factor to it. Oh, the weird like twisted mid-course is really funny, and then that loop coming up is crazy intense, like definitely one of the most intense coaster elements out there. So Riddler Mindbender, I believe, is in my top 100. I'm gonna say it's around the 90s. I'm gonna say like 97. Actual rank was 95. Wild Mouse Hershey Park. Okay, speaking of wild mice from earlier, this is my least favorite. This is a really old-ass mock Wild Mouse. I mean, you can see, just looking at the track, it's so dilapidated and ugly. Yeah, the color scheme on this thing is horrendous. It doesn't trim, like, at all, so you're just being fucking blasted into the side of your seat on every turn. I loved this as a kid. This is, like, one of my first coasters. But as an adult... my ex made me ride this twice this year. Can you imagine? We had to break up after that. No, that wasn't the reason. But, like... Yeah, Wild Mouse just sucks, man. This is one of my least favorite coasters, period. I want to say that I ranked it, like... I don't know, maybe... 185? 182, yeah. Pretty bad. Alpengeist. Get me out of here. Show me something good. Alpengeist is awesome. I love this coaster. This is my favorite invert. This is one of my favorite inverts in... Well, yeah, it is my favorite invert. It's one of my favorite coasters in Virginia. I think it's my second favorite at Busch Gardens Williamsburg. The height and the speed and the whip and the intensity on this thing. You're just tearing through the layout. That Cobra roll back there is way smaller than it should be, and you're just like, you blink and it's over. It's just like absolutely rips you to the side and then back. And like every element on this ride just rips. It's like the Batman coasters if you made them like 100 times bigger. Not actually, but like, you know. Yeah, I love Alpengeist. I could lap this thing all day. One of my favorite B&Ms. Not as far from Fury as you'd think, in terms of ranking. Alpengeist is going to be in my top 30. I want to say... Actually, I think it might be a little bit below. Maybe like 35. Oh, 17, wow. I mean, I should have guessed based on how I was talking about it. I love that ride. Anyways, Super Grovers at SeaWorld. I might be the first guy who's ever abbreviated the name of this ride. I love the theming on this thing. It's so cute. But these Vekoma for Kiddie coasters have, like, kind of uncomfortable seats. I'm not sure if it's... I didn't ride one of these as a kid, so I don't know if it's comfortable as a child. But, like, you do have to think about the parents that are going to be riding this coaster with their kids, too. And for someone with adult proportions, These seats are pretty damn uncomfortable, especially the brake runs. They can kind of nut tap you. um, but like aside from that, it's a fun layout. It's not glass smooth or anything, but like it's within the range of tolerable, especially for a kid. It has some size to it and length. It's a pretty long kiddie coaster. I don't know if these count as kiddie coasters or if they're more like intro family coasters, but you know, one way or another, it's pretty big for the type of coaster that it is. And I'm surprised I had that much to say about it. But it gets points for the theming, for sure. So I'm gonna give this coaster... I don't rank the Grover coasters particularly highly. They're like middle-of-the-road kiddie coasters, which is not a good thing to be. So I want to say like 180... I don't know. They get the job done. 167. Right, I've been on so many bad coasters now that the kiddie coasters can outshine a few of them. Montu. Getting the peak inverts out of the way. I love Montu. I mean, who doesn't? I don't like it as much as Alpengeist. I don't know how hot of a take that is. I know Montu is generally seen as the best one. This is like a Batman on crack. A little bit longer. You got all those awesome trench dives. And I will say, the trenches definitely give it something over Alpengeist, but Alpengeist even has a few trenches. It's just not quite to this level. Yeah, which... it definitely makes this the best themed and the most enjoyable B&M invert, at least that I've been on, in that regard. But the focus on intensity, like just straight up positive Gs as opposed to positive Gs and whip and speed, yeah, you know, I just like Alpengeist just a little bit more. That's not to take away from how goddamn awesome Montu is, though. So Montu, I'm gonna say I put Montu probably closer to the 30s. I think I might have been thinking of Montu when I thought of Alpengeist's ranking. I'm gonna say 33 for Montu. 28 for Montu. Still not bad. The two B&M inverts that I consider elite. Well, and Banshee. We'll see Banshee later. Daredevil Dive over Georgia. It's fine. I really don't have a lot to say about this ride. The ejector off the first drop is pretty good. Anything with a vertical lift hill is pretty fun. You just kind of fall into your seat for the entire lift. It's pretty smooth as far as Gerstlauers go. Has some fun inversions. But something about this ride is really damn forgettable to me. It also draws a pretty bad line usually because the capacity and the speed that it operates is pretty abysmal. But it's not a bad coaster by any means. Yeah, this like super slow inversion at the end is definitely the highlight. I love the hang time you get on that one. So yeah, I don't dislike this coaster. It's got some good stuff to it. The drop and that roll at the end are pretty good. I just don't remember much about any of the middle of the ride. I'm gonna say that I rank this thing like 140. No, not 140. That's way too low. 98. I'm gonna say it's just barely in the top half. 108. Not bad. Stardust Green. Okay, well, if Stardust Yellow is number 4, then this is number 5. There we go. Impulse. At Knoebel's rounding out the Knoebel's collection. We only have one more left after Impulse. Impulse is one of the more fun loopers I've been on, I would say. It doesn't do anything particularly well, particularly amazing. It does everything very well. It's a well-executed ride. For a small plot of land and for a park that really needed inversions, everything about Impulse just makes sense for Knoebel's, and I actually kind of like this more than the Gerstlauers, with vertical lifts. I haven't been on TMNT yet. That's happening this weekend. But, yeah, fun inversions, good speed. I do wish it had a little bit more airtime, but, like, you're at Knoebel's, there's plenty of airtime elsewhere. And again, super slow inversion, really fun, definitely the highlight of the ride. Yeah, this is a pretty good ride. I am a fan of Impulse. Probably my third favorite at Knoebels, maybe even my second favorite at Knoebels. I'm gonna say Impulse is top 60. I'm gonna say 65. 84. Damn. All right, Big Thunder Mountain at Disney. I don't know which one this is talking about, and I also don't know which Big Thunder Mountain I've been on. I want to say I've been on the California one. You know what a Big Thunder is. You've probably seen this ride. Probably been on this ride. Let's see. Yeah, of course, incredible theming. Some of the best of any coaster. Yet to be surpassed in a lot of ways in terms of coaster theming. Yeah, especially if we're talking California. I also don't remember this ride experience really well because I was a kid. I was like 10 when I rode this thing. But I remember it being super, just capturing the feeling of being on a rowdy mine train just perfectly. And of course, going through this huge mountain is just sick. If I got back on this thing, I would probably rank it higher than I currently have it ranked. But I know I don't have it ranked super high at the moment. I'm gonna say that Big Thunder is, let's see, maybe top 70? Maybe around 75. 111. Alright, Mummy. Oh, I love Mummy. Mummy at Orlando specifically. This is like mostly a dark ride, and like most of the reasons I enjoy it are as a dark ride, but the coaster stuff adds to it for sure. And it's a super fun indoor coaster with an amazing dark ride first half. So many cool effects, backwards drops. It's a coaster that's just full of tricks, and I love a coaster that's full of tricks. I think that's like, that lift hill like turns into a launch in the top half. Just like, there's stuff you can find on Mummy that you don't find on like any other coaster. And this little fake out jump scare with the ride op at the end is so fun. Yeah, so Mummy is the best attraction at Universal Studios Florida, not counting Epic and Islands. And also probably within my top 60 overall. I'm gonna say 65 for this guy. 46, yeah, even higher than I thought. It's a hard one to rank because like there's better coasters, but in terms of dark rides, it's one of the best out there. All right, Kraken at SeaWorld. This is my favorite floorless. My first ride on this, I actually kind of hated it, and then on my second ride, that was the moment where I learned how to ride B&Ms with over the shoulders, which is to just death grip the restraints and kind of lock your neck as much as you can. And then when you do that, you kind of stop headbanging, and it makes like every B&M with over the shoulders way more enjoyable. But this one is huge. It's got a gigantic first drop for a floorless. You know, huge for a floorless. Mako makes it look tiny, but even next to Mako, it's like still pretty impressive. That first loop is fun. It's almost as good as Dominator's, I'd say. Then pretty much everything following that is just infinitely better than Dominator. That 0G roll there is awesome. It's so whippy. Yeah, this element's great. Then there's like the trenches at the end, and trenches are just awesome for coasters every time you get to see them. Not only is it a huge coaster, it also goes like 20 feet underground. And yeah, this is definitely my favorite part of the ride here. Just so visually interesting. Medusa is definitely like a similar layout and nearly as fun, I would say, but and maybe a bit smoother than this one as well, but I can put all that aside for how awesome this ride is. So yeah, really the only floorless coaster that I would consider close to elite, but not quite there. Kraken, I'm gonna say, is in the top 50, 55, 75. Okay. Invader. Okay, I was just saying earlier that I don't fuck with GCI that much. I do kind of fuck with Invader. It might just be because it never has that much of a line, or at least it usually doesn't when I go. Yeah, we got really fun twister elements, some genuine airtime on this thing. This first drop in the tunnel is super fun. I think they had to put that tunnel up because this coaster is near like a residential area on the corner of the park. That airtime hill gives solid airtime. Both of them do, actually. They both give nice floater. Some of these turnarounds are fun. It's a little bit rough. I will say certainly not as smooth or as whippy and fast as Mystic Timbers. And, like, yeah, I don't like it as much as Mystic Timbers. I'm not crazy. But I do think this coaster gets a little too much flack for being a... I don't know. I think the average GCI is about this good. It's just kind of short and not as fast as Mystic Timbers. But for what it is, I quite enjoy Invader. I've also gotten like 15 rides on this thing, so... Invader, I'm gonna say, is top 90, maybe. I'm gonna say 90 flat. 86, there we go. Okay, Great Bear. We've covered some of my favorite inverts, so here's my, I mean, if I'm being honest, this is probably my least favorite invert. I don't think it does all that much, but it's not horrible. An invert's still an invert, you know, it's good fun. A little headbangy, but, you know, so is every B&M with over-the-shoulders. Especially the super whippy and intense 90s ones. There's some good moments of whip on this thing. But the layout is very meandery, and for most of the duration doesn't really feel like it knows what it's doing or what it's trying to accomplish as a coaster, aside from just being an invert. That said, it's still got some pretty good positives in the valleys. This corkscrew is really, or not corkscrew, it's like a heartline roll is really fun. Let's see, what else is worth mentioning on this ride? Yeah, I just really like the rolls, and that's about it. And like every B&M invert has good rolls, so, you know, what are you gonna... Yeah. Nothing great to say about Great Bear. That said, it's still fun. Like, I'm still gonna ride it. I'm gonna say 120 for Great Bear. 81, wow, okay. Racer Kennywood. I found this ride to be quite unremarkable. Jackrabbit has the double down. The other one that I keep forgetting the name of is just a fantastic twister layout. Racer, I don't know, it's fine. It's an old racing coaster. I think I like it more than the Kings Island, Kings Dominion racing coasters. I think it's got a little bit more airtime than those. It's also a decent chunk rougher, but like, I do like how close you are to the other train on this one. Like this and Gemini are some of the like most up close and personal racing coasters you can get. I'm trying to remember if this thing had any like standout moments of airtime. Like, was there like a double down on this ride? I don't know. This final drop here is pretty good. But yeah, this is one that you ride for the racing and not so much the forces. That said, I do think I have it ranked over King's Dominion and King's Island, so I'm gonna say 98 for this guy. Actually have it at 101. Okay, Thunderbird, my number 2 at Holiday World. And my favorite wing coaster by a wide margin. This first launch is so good. It has like so little room to get you up to speed, and it really fucking gets you up to speed. And this coaster is just huge. I don't know if I think it's partially location on top of the hill that makes this thing feel so much bigger than like Rapterra or Gatekeeper. The positive G's in the valleys of both of those last two inversions are out of this world, and even down here and like coming out of this element. Just really good positive G's on this ride, and a nice little floaty 0G roll. Then this little theming element is really cute, and I wish more wing coasters had more theming like this. And then that awesome, really slow twist, which is just the best way to end a wing coaster. and a great way to end a ride in general. I love a super slow twist like that. So yeah, nothing but good things to say about Holiday World's Thunderbird. I'm gonna say Thunderbird is within my top 40. One of my favorite B&Ms. My top 3 B&Ms being Fury, Alpengeist, and Thunderbird. So I'm gonna say this is 45. My actual rank was 35. Okay, Corkscrew at Cedar Point. That's the only coaster I've been on called Corkscrew. I haven't done the other ones at like Michigan's Adventure, Valley Fair. Yeah, this coaster has one good airtime hill, which isn't even the point of the ride, but it's there. And everything else about this ride sucks. I'm definitely on the Corkscrew hate train with just about everyone else. The corkscrews being over the path is cool. It's definitely a beautiful coaster. Like, honestly, it's worth keeping around for the looks. And, like, what else are you gonna do with this plot of lands? I don't know, maybe you could fit, like, a family GCI back here or something, or, like, a family gravity group. But yeah, that airtime hill is fantastic. It reminds me of the Magnum Triangle Death Hills. So, but other than that, it's rough, headbangy, uncomfortable. The actual corkscrews don't do much of anything. But yeah, I don't, like, despise this coaster. It's no Wild Mouse. You know, at least it's got some interesting things to it. But, yeah, overall, not very great. I'm gonna say, like, 160. 36, okay. Hiccup Swing Gliders at Epic. Oh my gosh. I love Hiccup Swing Gliders at Epic. This is, like... I know, like, not a lot of people are gonna compare this to Hagrid's, but, like... And it's got a fair bit of length. Nowhere near Hagrid's in terms of length, but it also doesn't have nearly as many, like, dark ride scenes as Hagrid's. This is more just coaster, 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 little break in the middle, coaster, coaster, coaster. Really fun family elements, 2 solid launches, some surprise stuff. Actually, I don't want to show this coaster POV. I don't want to spoil this for anyone. But just know that, yeah, the path interactions are awesome. It has some airtime, it has some positives. Yeah, this is easily my second favorite family coaster out there. Right behind Hagrid's. It's honestly closer than most people would say. Hiccup Swing Gliders is within my top 30, I want to say. I think I might have even have it as high ranked as like the 20s, which I know sounds crazy, but I just love this ride. I'm gonna say like 28. And the actual rank is 26. So yeah, I would rather ride this than like 90% of the coasters. And like 90% of the thrill coasters that I've been on. Ooh. From really good to really bad, we have Wild Beast at Canada's Wonderland. This is my least favorite wooden coaster since they fixed Mindbuster. And even when Mindbuster was terrible, I think I still disliked Wild Beast more. This is apparently the same layout as Grizzly, which is a ride that I love. But my god, this ride jackhammers. And on top of that, the profiling is mid. It's like a Predator situation. Like, if you Titan track this thing without reprofiling it, it still would not be a fun coaster. Well, you know, every coaster is fun, even the terrible ones. But, like, yeah, even if it was smooth, this wouldn't be a good layout. You need the reprofiling that Grizzly got. But, yeah, I hate this ride. It's so uncomfortable in its current state. I'm hard-pressed to find that I would ever ride this unless they did something to that track work. This is bottom 10. I'm pretty sure even now. It was my least favorite coaster back in 2023, and it hasn't changed that much since. I'm gonna say this is 192? No, 193. 80, wow, okay. Right, Flash at Vertical Adventure, Flash at Great Adventure. I love this ride. This ride is really good. This was my first taste of New Gen Vekoma. I rode it on opening day last year, and the swing launch is really fun. The spike is great. The inversions hit. You know, we got that stall coming up. That is my favorite stall of all time, especially doing it backwards. And Great Adventure's about to top it with a backwards launch spinning stall. Like, what the hell is on with this park and stalls? But yeah, that roll is amazing, and even going backwards, it's even more crazy. Yeah, just not a single wasted element on this ride. Everything is so fun about this. And unlike Siren's Curse, it has like standout memorable elements like the stall. And yeah, just things that take it beyond a series of really good elements to being a damn elite roller coaster. This is my second favorite ride at Great Adventure since I never got to ride King Ka. So for all that, I'm going to say that vertical velocity is top 35. I'm going to say 35. And it's actually ranked 40. Okay. Fly. So this is not Fly at Fantasialand. This is Fly at Canada's Wonderland. And it is a wild mouse. I've definitely already ran out of things to say. This is just like Apple's Apple, but maybe a little bit more trimmed. But it's like the exact same ride model, the large park mock mouse. So it's got that nice first drop. I think the theme of it being a fly is funny, and I like watching it from the Alpen Fury queue, and just like watching people get brake checked. Also weird to see that Alpen Fury queue area just be empty. That corner of the park has gotten a lot busier since this video was made. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. It's a wild mouse. I'm gonna say this is 185. 178. Okay. I guess. Yeah, that probably is like probably a little bit below Apple's Apple, or a little bit better than Apple's Apple. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Snoopy Soapbox Racers. We already did that. Velocicoaster. Okay. This is a good one. Obviously, it's fucking Velocicoaster. You know how good this ride is. I don't have to tell you. Yeah. The launch is amazing. This first half with all the like, spaghetti bowl section. I like that this one puts its more spaghetti bowl elements in the start of the ride as opposed to Superman putting its spaghetti bowl in the second half. I like more out and back stuff as opposed to twister elements. But as far as twister elements go, these are some of the best around. And the dive loop especially really adds some much needed variety to a section like this. And the theming, of course, is amazing. You couldn't do theming like this without a spaghetti bowl. But this is where the ride really gets started for me. And my god, that second launch is punchy. And this top hat, some of the best ejector airtime on the planet. Similar to Top Thrill 2 in that regard. That stall is awesome. A little quick, but still really good. One of the best. That twister section is really fun with the like outer bank, and then the second time around, great positives here, and a little bit of airtime. And then the Mosasaurus roll, which is the best coaster element of all time, and will probably never be topped. Or, you know, maybe not for a long time. But yeah, just look at how flat this thing is. Just pure, ejected into the lake, upside down. Yeah, what can you say about the Mosasaurus roll that hasn't already been said? It's amazing. So yeah, Velocicoaster is my, I think, number 2. Actual rank number 3. Okay. Trailblazer at Hershey Park. You know, I grew an appreciation for this ride after riding the mine train at Great Escape. You know, it doesn't do anything. It's just a helix. But for being just a helix and not even really having a drop, it's smooth, it's pretty fun. The helix pin picks up some real speed towards the bottom, unlike Mine Blaster at Great Escape. That's all I have to say about this ride though. It's smooth and the helix is fun. Completely inoffensive. I would ride it again. That's my Hershey Park bias showing. This is one of the least offensive mine trains, not one of the best. But I'm gonna say Trailblazer is 150 maybe? 160, there we go. Alright, Lightning Racer. So, I only have this down once, not because I think it's one credit, but I don't actually know if I've been on both sides of Lightning Racer. Like, probably, I think I've been on this coaster like 5 times, but since I don't know which side I rode on those 5 times, for all I know it could have been the same side every time, so next time I go to Hershey, I'm riding both sides so that I can say for a fact that I've been on both sides. But yeah. The ride itself, it's whatever. It's rough, but it's pretty big. The racing aspect is fun. It's definitely, in terms of the visuals of a dueling coaster, one of the best out there. The forces are pretty tame. You got some decent positive G's in the valleys, and that's really about it. Not a lot of speed or whip, and pretty damn rough, unfortunately. Really the only thing this coaster has left is the dueling element. So yeah, unfortunately I don't have great things to say about Lightning Racer, as much as I used to love this ride. I'm gonna say it is 150 material, maybe 140. 114. Hollyhock and Roll. This is just Grover's. Formerly known as Roller Skater at Kentucky Kingdom. It's cute, it's pretty. Well, not beautiful, but like pretty-ish. They plant some flowers around it. I could see it being a nice looking coaster. Nothing to say about this layout. It's fine. Gets the job done. Somewhat uncomfortable trains. You know, everything that I said about Grover's applies to this. I think it's technically a different layout, but who cares? Yeah, I don't like it as much as Grover's. It's not as well themed. I'm gonna say 160 for this. 178. 167. Okay. Phantom's Revenge. I love Phantom's Revenge. This is my favorite coaster in Pennsylvania. I like it more than Skyrush and Wildcat's Revenge and Phoenix. Probably my second favorite hyper coaster, second or third, depending on how I feel about Mako and Diamondback on any given day. But yeah, this is a nice mix of floater for some of the first half. Like, this first drop gives like kind of decent floater. A little bit of straight track here, never hurt anybody. This gives some nice floater, this camelback. And then this drop off the side of the ravine, or the cliff, gives insane ejector, and it's just ejector for the rest of the ride here. That turnaround is like... it is kind of a mixed ride, but yeah, that gives crazy ejector. This is insane, some of the strongest ejector ever. And then we get to, yeah, that double down is... like, who's building a double down on a hyper? It's only Phantom's Revenge. And then this finale is just, my god. It's like Magnum if Magnum was comfortable. So yeah. Phantom's Revenge is fantastic. I want to say this is my number 15. Maybe number 13 even. 11, yeah, just outside of my top 10. Want to skip, we already did that. Phantom's Revenge, we already did that. Steamin' Demon, oh boy. Poor Great Escape, man. Yeah, this ride sucks. I will say maybe not quite as bad as everyone says. Not that there's really anything that I like about this ride. But I do think... I mean, it's basically just corkscrew minus the airtime hill, and you get like a loop instead. Unfortunately, the airtime hill is better than the loop. It's a pretty janky loop too, so like, meh. And that little like turnaround thing is ass. And then yeah, you can see coming up, this transition out of those corkscrews is, yeah, beats the hell out of you. Yeah, I don't like this ride. This is definitely one of the worst coasters in the world. I'm gonna say Steam and Demon is 189. 179. Okay. Thunder Run at Cam's Wonderland. This ride's fun. Little Mach powered coaster. I believe it's Mach. It picks up some decent speed, actually. Like, it kind of feels more like a launch coaster than a powered coaster. A decently long layout. You get to go twice. There's some fun lights flashing in here on the second time through. On the first time, it's in the dark and it's a little bit unpredictable. I was expecting nothing of this ride, and I actually got a pretty fun, enjoyable time out of it. I was not expecting the power coaster to have so much sauce, but it kind of does. But yeah. That said, it is still just a little family ride, so it's nothing crazy, but it really did surprise me. So I'm gonna say Thunder Run is around the 150 range. I'm gonna say 153. And the actual rank was 131, so yeah, not bad. Batman the Dark Knight. This is my least favorite floorless, and the conclusion of the floorless arc of this video. I waited 2 hours for this ride, so you know, it's better than the other Dark Knight rides. At least it's not a wild mouse. But that's about all you can say about it. It's not a wild mouse, and it has some inversions. Yeah, the loop's fine. This is one of the smaller ones too, so it doesn't really have that sense of scale that the other ones do. Have anything else to say about this ride? I don't know, it's just so mid. That 0G roll has like nothing to it. No whip, no hang time, no anything. If I had one thing positive to say about this ride, I guess it's the loop. It's like yeah, it's a loop. It's certainly better than like a shitty arrow loop, but, you know. It's not better than every arrow loop, too. I like the one on Loch Ness a lot more. I'm gonna say Dark Knight is, I don't know, 125. 93, okay. Stardust Yellow shows up again. Woodstock Express Cedar Point. I just rode this back in May. So yeah, little Vekoma. I guess they must have filmed this in front of the Zero car, because normally it has like the little train car with conductor Woodstock. And honestly, a cute Zero car is just about the only thing you need to do to make the best of these Vekoma family coasters. That said, this one is a little bit rough. It has like, I believe it's the oldest of the model. And yeah, you can see in this video there's a bit of jank to it. It's not super comfortable, but it's long. You usually get to go around twice. Well, no. I got to go around twice because there was nobody waiting for the ride. Yeah, it's got a cute Zero car, and the plot of land it's on is kind of nice. So for all those, I'm gonna say I like it more than Grover and more than Hollyhock. But like, you know, it's still a Vekoma Jr., so like, I don't know, maybe 169. Air Grover. Speaking of Vekoma Jr. coasters, this is Busch Gardens Tampa's. This is probably my least favorite, between this and Hollyhock. Air Grover. And this concludes the Vekoma Jr. coaster arc, because this is the last one I've been on. I like the theming on this one. Like I said, it's got Fun Zero car. I think I like the soapbox racing theme a little bit more at SeaWorld, but I do like Busch Gardens Sesame Street with the like topiary Muppets. And the color scheme on this one is nice. Probably my favorite color scheme, I guess, if you wanted to make that a talking point. But yeah, it's a little bit rough, a little bit uncomfortable. Super short. I think this is the shortest one. Or maybe comparable in length to Hollyhock. I don't actually know the differences in the layout for these, and I don't care to learn. But I like the tent for the queue. It's cute. Gets the job done for a kiddie coaster, which is true of all these Vekoma kitties. I'm gonna say this is around 172. 164. Oh, I have that ranked higher than... Oh no, I have that one lower than Woodstock Express. Whatever, I don't really care about that opinion that much. Gemini. I love Gemini at Cedar Point. This coaster's real good. I like it a lot. It's one of the more mid coasters at Cedar Point, but that's just more to say about how good Cedar Point is, and nothing to say that this coaster is anything but really fun. Huge first drop, for what it is, you know, for being from the 70s. Turnaround's fun. I love that you can reach out and high-five people on this ride, with the tracks being so close together. Assuming that it's racing, it doesn't always race. What is that giant inflatable Snoopy? I've never seen that. Let's see, what else about this ride is worth talking about? Yeah, just solid airtime throughout, I gotta say. Pretty good pops of floater, ejector. Yeah, nothing bad to say about Gemini. Unless it's not racing, and then it's kind of whatever. But yeah, Gemini, and I guess the blue side, if we're being particular, is gonna be in my top 70, I want to say. Maybe like 68. 78, okay, that was close. Pantheon, oh my gosh, I love Pantheon. I'm pretty sure this is in my top 10. I think this is my number 10. But yeah, let's talk about it. Pantheon. Yeah, so Pantheon, fun pre-launch. Then there's the first little launch to get you to the swing launch part. That inversion is really fun. Maybe the best inversion on the ride, to be honest. Funky little outer bank section here, taking it at a low speed. Then we have the swing launch, which is definitely the best part of the ride. The first launch getting you up to speed, kind of like Top Thrill. Then you roll back, and you get some nice floater as you're rolling back. Then the launch kicks in as you're going backwards over that bunny hill, and it just rips you out of your seat. And it's almost a double down because there's a little bit of a dip up and into the spike as well. So just ejector backwards as fast as possible. Then going forwards, it's great ejector. The top hat has amazing ejector as well, or floater depending on where you're sitting. This outer bank is really fun. It could give a little bit more ejector, but for what it is, I like it quite a bit still. And the stall used to be my favorite stall back when it was the only stall I'd experienced, but even now it's still pretty good. And then this finale is really fun. I do wish the ride was maybe like 2 elements longer. It is just ever so slightly not as good as Velocicoaster, but like, I mean, we're comparing to Velocicoaster. It's even in the same conversation as Velocicoaster, which means it's amazing. So yeah, Pantheon, I believe, is either my number 10 or my 11, but I'm going to take a bet on it being 10. Oh, it's actually 8th. Okay, that was even higher than I thought. Yukon. Kind of another hot take. This is my least favorite dive coaster that I've been on. Not to say that it's bad. It is a 200-foot tall dive, and you can't go wrong. But the vest restraints kill the airtime on the dive. And beyond that, I know it has like a kind of inventive layout for a B&M dive. But like, I don't know, it's tearing through it with a good bit of speed, and I do enjoy that. But something that Valraven does that I prefer over this is that Valraven actually goes a little bit slower in my experience, and I get hang time on it, whereas this isn't going fast enough to give like whip or like ejector or anything. So yeah, this is my least favorite dive. Granted, I haven't been on any of the small dives, and I'm sure Iron Menace at Dorney Park later this week is going to take that position. But yeah, I don't know. I've never been a Yukon Striker guy. I mean, it's still good. You still get a 200-foot drop, so like, you can't complain about that. But yeah, I just don't like Yukon that much. I'm gonna say this is in my top 80, maybe like 76. 63, okay. Loch Ness. Oh, Loch Ness is a classic. Busch Gardens Williamsburg does not have a bad ride, and this is among the list of not bad rides at Busch Gardens Williamsburg. For the most part, like, the layout's kind of whatever, but the terrain interactions, the vibes, the new theming that they installed on the Helix, the barely comprehensible audio on the lift hill, and this first drop actually gives really solid ejector airtime, and that second drop into the loop gives pretty good ejector too. Aside from that, the layout's pretty unremarkable. The loops themselves are great, not to downplay the loops on this ride. And yeah, it's a nice long terrain coaster with some solid elements. It's pretty damn smooth. The restraints are a bit uncomfortable, but like whatever. And yeah, nothing but good things to say about this ride as well. This is my favorite arrow by far, even though it is a bit of a Ship of Theseus arrow. And I also have not been on X2, so. But yeah, Loch Ness. I'm gonna say that I rank this in around the 80s, maybe. I'll say 85. Oh, this is my 6-7. Okay. Cedar Creek Mine Ride. Garbage. Put it in the trash. This is my friend Sam's least favorite coaster, I'm pretty sure, and I get it. Yeah. Ungodly, uncomfortable restraints. They make you cross your legs if you're even the slightest bit too tall for this ride, which I've never had to do on any other coaster, and oh my god, it's so uncomfortable. And aside from that, the layout kind of crawls. It's kind of got the Mind Blaster problem, but not quite as bad. The location is probably the biggest saving grace. Being in Frontier Town and having that like drop over the water gives something of merit to this ride. But yeah, this is something that I will never be re-riding, and I will be eagerly anticipating its destruction. This ride sucks. I'm gonna say I put this like middle 180s, maybe like 186. 169. Air River, we already did that. Skip. Raptor is gonna be, this is a kind of whatever B&M invert for me. I like it more than like Great Bear, but not that much more. I like the Batman clones more. Well, at least the one at Over Georgia, just for how fast it rips through that layout. This thing is like basically an extended bat clone with like the Helix and some other shit. And I don't dislike this ride. It's fun. It's still a B&M invert, and I like it more than Great Bear. The whip on that is really fun. But this is like low-key really rough, and like I figured out how to ride these things defensively, and it's still not enough for Raptor. Like, this ride is good enough that I'll ride it like once per visit to Cedar Point, but like then I remember that I don't like it that much, and then I don't get back on it again. Lower lows than Great Bear. I think Great Bear is more comfortable, but I do appreciate the whip on this thing because it's pretty fast, intense, and whippy. So, kind of a polarizing ride for me. Great forces, way too damn rough, and it's a little bit ugly too, but not that bad. I do like the Helix at the end. Raptor, I'm gonna say, is in my top. I'm still thinking around 80 for this one, maybe like 86. 87, not bad. Griffin, okay. I really like Griffin. This is my favorite dive, coming off of my least favorite dive. Yeah, over the shoulders, so it's a little headbangy, which I can't say about Yukon, but it makes up for it with just some of the best floater airtime, period, on that first drop. God, I wish Tormenta had over the shoulders. Just the way it's profiled. The view, of course, is awesome for being a dive. But like, even dive gimmick aside, this is a fantastic drop. This is one of my favorite first drops of all time. And then I like what it does after the first drop too. It's got that like 90s B&M energy to it, even though I don't think this was quite the 90s. The second drop also gives pretty good airtime. The inversions are pretty damn intense. They're a lot smaller scale than Yukon's inversions, which is kind of why I like them more, even though they're kind of generic dive coaster inversions at the end of the day. And then this airtime hill at the end. B&M, build more little airtime hills. What are we doing? Why is this like one of the only smaller airtime hills that B&M has in their profile? But yeah, I love Griffin. One of the best rides at BGW. I'm gonna say Griffin is top 50, maybe like 48. 31, okay. Dahlonega Mine Train, or Dahlonega, I don't know how it's pronounced. I'm gonna say Dahlonega. It's fine. It's not a bad mine train. It's not a great mine train either. It's a little rough, but it has a more ambitious layout than like Trailblazer or Mind Blower. It's pretty long, and it's got some nice terrain interactions. I believe, yep, we have a tunnel here coming up, right? Maybe not. Few airtime hills. I always appreciate an airtime hill on a mine train. They don't always have them. I like the location too, through this kind of big woody area, and also like, yeah, the track is like built into the ground with no supports, which is like, I can't think of any other ride that's like that. But yeah, 3 lift hills too, like it really is a long ride. Yeah, so unfortunately it's a long ride that's a little bit painful and you kind of wish it was a bit shorter. But I do like the vibes. This is a vibes pick. I'm gonna say, I don't know, maybe 110. 140, okay. Laugh track, alright. Started the video on Whirlwind, we're back to laugh track, we're back to a Maurer spinner. I will say I do like that it's themed. I don't really like the theming. I think it's kind of creepy. I do like the LOL. That's like weirdly how do you do fellow kidsy for a Hershey Park ride, but like I respect the effort they put into this ride. However, I do not enjoy this art style or this visual experience. But like any theming is still better than no theming, so like, yeah, it's a better coaster than Whirlwind. But you don't have to wait 2 hours for Whirlwind, so yeah, I'm gonna say laugh track is middle of the pack, maybe, well, middle of the pack, middle of the bottom half, so maybe like 105, 121, okay. Alpine Fury, okay. Alpine Fury is one of my favorite coasters, for sure. I've talked a little bit about this in my other videos already. This little airtime pop into the mountain is really fun. I love the goat statue there. The launch in the mountain is insane. I mean, just look at yeah, look at that sequence. The pacing is unreal on this thing. Every inversion hits. Yeah, especially a fan of that stall, the dog tongue later, the flying snake dive. Yeah, I can't like pick a favorite inversion on this ride, but if I could pick, it's probably that one that we just saw. And you just get off the ride being like, what the hell just happened to me? It's just a great ride all around. Yeah, love Alpenfury. I just wish it had like one more airtime ale, but that's me being greedy. But Alpenfury, I'm gonna say, is like my 9th favorite. Might be Pantherian. 10? 11? It's between like 8 and 11. I'm gonna say it's 11. 9, okay. Medusa, we already did that one. Flashback, Great Escape. This is another boomerang. I didn't ride it with the new vest restraints that they got last year and the repaint, so when I rode it, this was one of the worst boomerangs. Very old, pretty janky, ugly as hell. Like, it really needed that paint job. So it got some good treatment recently, but yeah, this ride sucked ass. My mom loves Jolly Rancher at Hershey Park. She hates this ride. Not good. Not good at all. I'm gonna say this one is like 140, 145, we'll say. 172, okay. Kings Island. I like this one a lot. It is my 2nd favorite aero suspended. I haven't been on Big Bad Wolf or anything, obviously. I think that ride closed before I was born. Let's see. Yeah, this is, I think, the same layout as Vortex at Canada's Wonderland, but like, Vortex just runs so much better than this thing. Couldn't tell you why, but yeah, it's still really fun. Just swinging out to the side, it's still pretty smooth, comfortable for an aero coaster for sure. Nice terrain interactions. So yeah, it's a very solid suspended aero coaster. I'm gonna say that this is 78. 74, okay. Racer Red, Kings Island. Basically everything I said about King's Dominion Racer applies here. I can't remember if this is the one that I find smooth or King's Dominion is the one that I find smooth. They're both pretty smooth, but one of them has like a little bit more of a rattle. And I want to say it's the Kings Island one that has more of a rattle. Oh look, here's Red. Yeah, but otherwise it's the same ride, you know, pretty good airtime. Like, not pretty good, but existent airtime. It's got a little bit of floater to it. Yeah. This should be around the same spot in the tier list where I have regular Racer. Or, Racer 75. This is regular Racer. If we're making that comparison. So yeah, I'm gonna say this is maybe 120? 112, okay. Woodstock Express King's Dominion. One of those little PTC family Woodies. Better than it had any right to be, really. It's got a little bit of airtime. Of course, the seats are tiny. Look at all these adults squished onto this ride together. I can't believe some of them got on that ride in the configuration. But yeah. Cute little ride. Yeah, really the only thing I have to say about this ride is it has like weirdly solid airtime at times. It's like a little baby Phoenix in a lot of ways. It's got like the single position lap bars. So yeah. A solid kitty Woody. I'm gonna say this is 159. 150, okay, not bad. Trailblazer, we already did. Millie. The ride that I can't make up my mind on, because this ride does have unmatched aura. Being a Giga Coaster in like the coolest location it could possibly be in. And it does have some real speed and intensity to it that you're not going to find on the B&M Gigas. But Unfortunately, the layout kind of lacks. It's a little bit repetitive, and the profiling doesn't give the airtime that it should. Like, this hill barely gives floater. But the intensity saves the ride design, and the vibes are just off the charts with this thing. It's still elite, but like, it's been outdone by quite a wide margin. Millie, I think, is in my top 30. I'm gonna say like 26 for Millie. 25, there we go. On to, we already did. Thunderstriker, our first B&M hyper that we've ran into so far, at Carowinds. Terrible name aside, you know, it's a B&M hyper. Well, this is the first time I've talked about a B&M hyper, so solid floater. Yeah, that trim coming up kind of kills this airtime hill. What could possibly give ejector now just kind of barely gives floater. This is kind of a fun high to the ground turnaround. Some more airtime. Yeah, honestly, Fury has better airtime than this ride, which is uncommon. Usually the hypers have better airtime than the Gigas, but there's just kind of not a whole lot going on with Thunderstriker, so it's alright. Which, I mean, alright is still pretty good for a B&M hyper. An alright B&M hyper is still a good coaster. Like, you're still getting your floater airtime dose. I'm gonna say this is like, maybe 68. 71, okay. Tornado at Stricker's Grove. My most rare credit. This thing, I mean, it just looks so ancient and dilapidated when you get on it. And it is. It's pretty janky, but, like, it's not that rough. Yeah, you can see it doesn't even have, like, air gates or anything. One of the oldest coasters I've been on. But, like, yeah, it does kind of give Phoenix-level airtime at certain spots. Let's see. There's the ejector death hill everyone always talks about. This section is really fun. Like, two kind of speed hills, which is uncommon for such an old wooden coaster. And then I think the death hill comes after this turnaround. Yeah, this looks like the one. It just blasts you into your restraint, and then the ride's over. So, yeah, pretty good wooden coaster. I do quite enjoy Tornado. I think this lands in my top 70, so maybe like 65. 98, okay, that was... Yeah, I guess it doesn't do too much outside of the death hill, aside from just being kind of fun. Alright, Wildcat's Revenge. I wish I loved this ride as much as everyone else does. I think this is probably the most overrated RMC. That said, it's still a really fun ride. Pre-lift, like the best pre-lift that they've done. First drop's really good. The step-up underflip is a super fun inversion. A little bit slow, but then the pacing from there on for the rest of the ride is just fantastic. Lots of good airtime, twisted airtime hills. This one, like, I don't know what you would call that. Solid stall, one of the best they've done. Like, I have nothing but good things to say about this ride, but I just don't think it comes together the best. I don't know. I really don't like that unbanked double down. I find that so uncomfortable. This might be the best RMC for inversions. I do really like all the rolls on this ride. They're so good and there's so many of them. But yeah, I don't know. Something about it just doesn't quite do it for me. I like Skyrush more in terms of Hershey Park coasters, but that said, like, an RMC that I don't love is still a coaster that I love. So I'm gonna say, like, maybe 35 for this one. 19, okay. Hiccups we already did, skip that. Vortex Canada's Wonderland. This is the, I think, like the 4th or 5th best ride at Canada's Wonderlands. Really solid aero suspended coaster. Just almost the shit out of you with positive G's at like every valley. It swings like a bat out of hell. I mean, yeah, just look how much faster this thing is going than the Kings Island one. I really love this turnaround around the lake too. Great location for a really fun element. And just the speed, this thing rips. It is also maybe like a little bit more janky and uncomfortable than the Kings Island one, but like, it's worth it for what it does to you. Well, apparently I've been listening to the Yume Nikki OST. We'll switch to the Tomodachi Life playlist. Alright. So yeah, that's gonna be... I think this is in my 70s. Let's say like 75. 60, okay. Bat, this is Canada's Wonderland's Boomerang. Middle of the pack for boomerangs. It doesn't have the vest restraints or anything, but for being a boomerang without vest restraints, it's not horrible. I rode this once, I don't really care to ride it again. But I remember like not hating it. That's all I got to say about Bat. I don't know. 110? 157, okay. I think I did dislike it more back then. Big Bad Wolf, 2024. Yeah, this ride's really fun. I got on Phoenix Rising first, and I thought it was just like, alright. This takes Phoenix Rising, and it gives it some serious length. I mean, it's not super long, but the second lift hill really makes this thing feel long. It takes you through some nice scenery. Once those trees grow in, it's gonna be really fun to fly through them. This is a coaster that's only gonna get better. I didn't find it rough, like, at all. I also didn't find Phoenix Rising rough, so... some of the, like, overbank turns are really fun. Keeps a good pace the whole way through. Yeah, I've got nothing really bad to say about this ride. And the storytelling is, like, it's subtle, but it's there, and I appreciate it. So yeah, solid coaster. I'm gonna say, I rank this, like, pretty high for the family coasters. Maybe like 105. 88, okay. Laugh Track already did. Gringotts. Oh, Gringotts is really fun. This is another one like Mommy where it's like super hard to rank. Because it is like mostly dark ride stuff. But like the dark ride stuff's really fun. It uses coaster elements to tell the story really well. Hides the track beautifully, like you cannot tell what's happening or what's coming up. Yeah, I really like these like tilt track effects. Yeah, definitely feels like a combination of like Spider-Man and a coaster. So yeah, quite like Gringotts. I'm gonna say this is like 70s, 60s, I'll say 65. 59, okay. Ooh, Georgia Gold Rusher. I love Georgia Gold Rusher. This is basically Pantheon Swing Launch Simulator. Oh, this is off-red. Let me see if I can pull up a POV. There we go. So yeah, it doesn't spin that much, but like, I don't really care. I sat on the side, so I got like fun sideways facing airtime for the entire ride. I love how it picks up in intensity. Gives you a nice long cycle. Well, you know, for what it is. The launches are fun. They kind of pin you in weird directions if you're not facing forwards or backwards. Location is nice. I like that it's in a trench, kind of, or like in the middle of a retaining wall. The water is cute. It's not really a water ride, but yeah, I quite enjoy Georgia Gold Rusher. This is probably my second or third favorite coaster at the park. So Georgia Gold Rusher, I'm gonna say, is number 35. 41, okay. Trailblazer we've already done. Blue Streak. I have weird mixed feelings about this ride. because the profiling is phenomenal. It really gives like Phoenix level airtime, even though it doesn't have the same restraints. If it had the same restraints, I would say the layout is nearly as good as Phoenix. The problem is that they intentionally keep this ride kind of rough, or at least that's what fans of this ride say. I think they keep this ride way too fucking rough, and apparently they do it on purpose because they like to have that ride to have its like classic wooden coaster feel, but I think it's borderline unrideable how rough it is. Maybe I got a bad ride, I don't know, but it was just like jackhammering, almost worse than Wild Beast, which is a shame because I love this layout, and if they're keeping it rough on purpose, that's got to be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. I mean, it feels like an old wooden coaster, so if you want it to, there you go. But yeah, not a big fan of this one. I would be. And I have to respect what it could be as well. So like, I think this is still like top 90 material. I'm gonna say like 87. 130, never mind. Okay. Rougarou, another Cedar Point coaster I don't like. It almost feels, you almost feel bad harping on Rougarou at this point, because like, yeah, everyone does. I like it more than Batman, I think. I think I have this ranked higher than Batman as a floorless, even though it's like a standout layout, and it doesn't, a stand-up layout, and it doesn't really feel like a floorless. Yeah, the forces are just weird on this thing. Super headbangy, even like riding as defensively as I could. This is in that special tier of B&Ms where even riding defensively doesn't really fix it, just like Raptor. And this like incline loop, I mean, it's cool that it has a unique element, but I don't really like it. It does move with a good clip. It's definitely one of the faster floorlesses out there, and it's quite large. But yeah, I don't know, I just can't bring myself to like Rougarou as hard as I tried to like it on my most recent visit. It's just not for me. And like, not for anyone really, based on the lines that it gets. Rougarou, 130 maybe? 145, okay. Riddler, my Bender, we already did that. Goliath over Georgia. I only got one ride on this thing, and I was kind of sick out of my mind at this point. That said, I do remember really liking it. I do wish I could have gotten a back row ride. But yeah, the new color scheme is beautiful. This is probably my favorite looking hyper. At least, not counting the train, I don't really like the orange and teal look that that's got going on. But, yeah, solid Flowjector airtime hills. The downward helix is super intense. Let's see, the finale is great with some like, let's see, this hill coming up is like kind of gives ejector. And then this turnaround and then that like drop into the brake run all give really good airtime. This is maybe the best B&M for ejector airtime. So yeah, I quite enjoy this ride, but I would love to get back and give it a back row ride. I'm gonna say this is like 105. No, 105. No, maybe 60. 42. Okay. Hagrid's. If you ask my friend Sam, this is his second favorite coaster, just behind Velocicoaster. That guy loves Universal. Hagrid's for me is amazing. Definitely my favorite family coaster. I mean, just so many launches, so much length. Of course, I love length on a coaster. The launches all hit. The theming is amazing. It takes you on a fucking adventure. You know, hence that part. Yeah, it feels so quick, snappy, whippy. It's kind of like the low to the ground sections on Cheetah Hunt, just expanded out to a full ride and like throw some Blitz Coaster gimmicks onto it, or like modern Blitz Coaster gimmicks. But yeah, Hagrid's is worth the 2-hour wait that it usually gets, if not more. If I had to pick a standout element on this one, think it might be that launch that we just experienced. Like, it's so quick. And then this section with the switchbacks afterwards. But I could point to like the entire ride and say that is my favorite section. Like, this thing does not miss. So yeah, that's Hagrid's. I'm gonna say Hagrid's is number 15 for me. 18, okay. Hey, one of the oldest coasters on the list. It's Jackrabbit Kennywood, not Rackjabbit. Yeah. So it'll load. Excuse me. Okay. This ride is mostly nothing. Like, it really doesn't do anything at all. I like that this is, I guess, by default, one of the best pre-drops in the world. Because, like, it's an actual element before the drop, like a full-ass drop. But then we get to the, after this lift hill and this turn, we get to the only part of the ride that actually matters, which is this nutty double down. Just insane. One of the best airtime moments on any coaster, period. And it's on this, like, 100-year-old coaster. So, yeah, Jackrabbits is mostly whatever, but then the double down is, like, one of the best coaster elements. So it's kind of a hard one to rank for that, but, like, for the double down alone, I have to say, like, at least top 100. Like, maybe 95. Yeah, 128, yeah, sure. Bobcat we already did. Velocicoaster we already did. Skip that one. Superman already did that one. Catwoman Whip at New England. There we go, New England. I think it's the only Zero family coaster I've been on, unless you want to count, like, Verbolten, but clearly going for completely different things than Verbolten on this ride. I like it more than the Vekoma kiddie coasters. It's a bit smoother, a bit more comfortable, a bit longer. It has those hilariously, ludicrously long trains. Kind of weirdly underbanked too, but I guess it works with the force distribution. You know, it's nothing crazy on this ride. But yeah, Catwoman Whip is a solid kiddie coaster. I'll put this, like, I don't know, 175. It also has, like, a weirdly sexy Catwoman statue for, like, a coaster meant for babies, but, you know, Six Flags and theming. Okay, Diamondback. I love Diamondback. This ride is so good. Skip past the lift hill here. Yeah, airtime out the wazoo, just ridiculously sustained floater airtime. Really only in competition with Mako in terms of the best floater airtime you can find anywhere. And on every single airtime hill. And this turnaround, like, overbank thing is really fun. I definitely prefer that to the Helix turnarounds that a lot of other B&M hypers have. You know, just get the turnaround out of the way and get me back to the floater. But this low to the ground turnaround is really good though. Kind of like half Helix upwards. Then the drop off the mid-course is really fun. This airtime hill is great. Mako does kind of fall off a little bit after the mid-course, whereas I feel like this ride just continues to rip. And then, yeah, this little, like, half Helix. And then the splashdown, which is a really fun, you get great airtime going into this splashdown. And, of course, the visual effect of that splashdown is great, and the airtime coming out of it is great. So, yeah, this is my favorite coaster at Kings Island. Super elite. One of my favorite coasters, period. I'm gonna say 17 for Diamondback. Ooh, my first dead on in a while. There we go. And speaking of dead ons, here's Air Force One. I'm gonna get this out of the way. This is my favorite coaster. Yeah, so Air Force One. Poor baby. It's closing. But God, I love this ride. I think this is the perfect roller coaster. Pre-drop is whatever. I do think Wildcat's Revenge is a little bit better, but it's not a unremarkable pre-drop either. But first drop, amazing, one of the best first drops. This Raven Trust dive is super fun, super snappy. Little bunny hill. The stall is great. It's like really long. This outer bank is insane. Take one of the best parts of Steel Vengeance and put it here. Why not? This double up is probably my favorite airtime element. Period. The first up gives you some solid ejector. And then before you even return to your seat, you get a second round of ejector, which is then sustained for a solid like 2.5 seconds into the arcade roll, which is super fun. And then you get this positive G crazy turnaround arcade roll back out of it. And, you know, the most batshit insane finale of any coaster ever. Like, why did they make it so intense? But yeah. Air Force is a beautiful ride, and I will probably make a full-length video on Air Force at some point before it closes. Maybe that'll be my August 2nd upload to say goodbye. But yeah, already, you know, number one. Big Thunder, already ranked it. Gotham City Gauntlet, Escape from Arkham Asylum. Not only is this thing a wild mouse, this ride also farts on you, and tries to kill you, and has a really long line, like always. I waited 45 minutes for this piece of shit. Yeah, no trims at all, so if you're a fan of Wild Mice, this is probably going to be your favorite one. Just blasts you through these turns without stopping you even a little bit. Paint job is also kind of rotting on this thing, but you know, what are you going to do? It's Six Flags New England. Then, you know, we got that fart tunnel here. And it seems like most of the time they don't turn the smoke on there, so it's just like, oh, you want a bit of theming to distract you from the fact you're on an awful wild mouse? Fuck you! You don't even get to get farted on. I like that they painted different DC villains on the train. I like the theme, I guess. But yeah, it's this ride is pretty fucking dismal. And if you couldn't tell by the way I've been talking about it, this is my least favorite coaster, so this is going to be 164. Or sorry, 194. What do you mean actual rank is 184? No, this is my least favorite coaster, whatever. Might have messed up a little bit there. Or is this not my least favorite coaster anymore? I don't know, let me fact check myself here. Going through my credit list right now. I'm not cheating, I promise. Yeah, here it is, 194. Scroll down. It is all the way at the bottom there. Something about my code must have fucked that up. Whatever. Yeah, from my favorite coaster on the list to my least favorite coaster on the list. Okay, Minecart Madness. This ride is really fun. Did like AI upscale this thumbnail or something? It looks weird. Anyways, yeah, this ride is immaculately themed. I love the fake roller coaster track. I think it's such a cool gimmick. I honestly don't know what people are talking about when they say this ride is rough. Like, I get why it would be rough with the cantilever, but it just doesn't feel rough to me. I don't know. Yeah, this moment's really fun. The custom soundtrack for the entire ride with onboard audio. I'm a huge Donkey Kong fan, so of course I love the theme. The combination of it being like a fully animatronic dark ride coaster experience, and yeah, this really feels like a minecart level from a Donkey Kong game. This is the one part that might be a little bit underwhelming. I wish they did some more stuff with the walls in here, but I do like the jump scare with the mole. And then, yeah, we get like another lift hill. We get that Tiki Tongue animatronic that's really well done. also really like these statues. It's a simple effect, but yeah, I'm a big fan of those. And then, yeah, this is a vibes pick. You know, it's not like a crazy roller coaster, but I really enjoy it for what it is, and I have like no problems with the way the ride is, aside from like the fact that I had to wait like 3 hours for it. But yeah, I love Minecart Madness. This is gonna be like 52, maybe 64. Okay. I've already talked about that. Wild Mouse talked about that one. Nitro. I like Nitro. I don't have a lot to say about this one. It's kind of a generic B&M hyper in my mind, but certainly not stand out for being kind of mid like Thunder Striker. It gets you your floater, some cool positive G's in the turnarounds. Every airtime hill on this thing hits. Unfortunately, it is an upward helix, so not as good as the downward helices. Helices. I do like the finale though. This is a good run of airtime hills right at the end. And no mid-course on this guy, so there you go. Some positives for Nitro. I'm gonna say I rank Nitro in the 50s maybe? 55? 51. Predator, we already did. Mind Eraser. Here we go. I was saying Flight Deck is my least favorite SLC. This is my second least favorite SLC. And they both have vest restraints now, but I haven't ridden either of them since they got vest restraints. Whoops, not Elish. I mean, it's the same thing, but... yeah, this ride sucks ass. I hate Mind Eraser. Maybe it's fine with the vests, but... yeah, I don't know. Kind of fun location over the lake. Maybe one of the nicer locations for a Darien Lake coaster, even though it's like half parking lot coaster. But yeah, you know, SLC, horribly rough, terrible restraints, not good. I'm gonna say like 190 for this one. 182. Runaway Mine Train, Great Adventure. Okay, this ride is mostly just like a forgettable generic mine train. It's kind of short, except it has the one thing. So let me pull up the POV here. It's got good vibes. I do like the turn over the water at the end. It's definitely, like I said, it's forgettable, but like the location is nice, the vibes are fun, it's a pretty long layout, and it does have one super memorable element, so it's actually probably one of the less forgettable mine trains. It's just that mine trains as a genre are just not my thing really. Like it's got the roughness, it's got the jank, but it also has an ejector death hill for whatever reason. I think they built this ride wrong, but that airtime hill is so damn fun. And then the ride's over, so you get a nice airtime hill and then you're out of there. Oh yeah, Mine Train. This is my second favorite mine train behind Kings Islands. So, maybe 108. 127, okay. Big Thunder Mountain already did. Tigress is a fun coaster. You'll never catch me hating on a Skyrocket. Especially rerode it this year without the comfort collars. And yeah, that definitely makes a pretty big difference in how this ride feels on your body. Like, it doesn't fix the ride if you're one of the people that doesn't like what the forces on this ride do to you. It is weirdly paced. But I like what it does. It packs a lot of intensity into a really small footprint, so these are good filler rides at a parks lineup. You'll never find me hating on a Skyrocket 2. Especially not Tigress, this is my favorite one. Just for the location, of course. And the color scheme. I think it's a lot nicer looking than Tempesto. But yeah, this is gonna be 90s, maybe? Between the 80s and the 90s? We'll say 85. 88, there we go. Jumbili, another controversial small footprint coaster with a jungle theme. I really like Toonbeely. You're never gonna get more than like 2 or 3 flips on this thing, but like I can get some crazy flips on these SNS free spins. I compare it to like getting pushed on a swing by the Hulk. It's so like brutal, and for me that's a good thing. I enjoy what this ride does to you. I mean, yeah, look at the flips they're getting in this POV. They get some intense rocking here. And like sometimes you get hang time. You get a slightly different ride every time. So yeah. Oh, and Toonbeely has an amazing theme. This is one of my favorite themed roller coasters with the temple in the background. Which, I don't know if the temple was there when they recorded this POV. I thought the ride opened with a temple, but maybe not. Maybe I just can't see it from this angle. But yeah, Toonbeely is great. I love Toonbeely. And by great, I mean great for what it is. I still think it's gonna be like maybe a little bit over Skyrocket, like 80. 87, okay, so yeah, right next to Tigress. That's funny. Laugh track already did. Copperhead, number 2 at Carowinds, and most people's number 2 at Carowinds. So, Copperhead, JoJo roll is awesome. Love that they brought the JoJo roll back for this ride. It's even like a little bit uncomfortable, but like it's worth it for how goofy that element is. As a hang time enjoyer, this ride does some of the best hang time out there. Launch is whatever. It's a fine launch. It gets you up to speed for the layout. The loop is really fun, lots of hang time positives. Airtime hill is really nice. This ride definitely feels like it's trying to be Maverick, and it's not Maverick, but like, it's okay, we forgive you. We forgive you, Copperhead. I like that this launches on an airtime hill. I always love when rides do that. Yeah, hang time on this element, that inverted top hat thing. Let's see, what else? Another nice loop. That element's really fun. Yeah, that element's super whippy. A little bit of Maverick DNA in that little section there. And then, I think we're about to get to it. Yeah, these airtime hills coming up in the finale are also really fun. It does get a little meandering leading up to the finale, but those last 2 airtime hills give really good ejector. So yeah, Copperhead is great. Super fun ride. I'm gonna say Copperhead is 40s, 43. Actually, no, I think it's 30s. I think I'm gonna say 35. 27. Nice. Okay. Legend at Holiday World. Ghost is really fun. In the like Twister, Legend, and the one with crazy laterals at Kennywood that the name keeps escaping me. This is probably my second favorite. I like it more than Twister. I don't like it more than Kennywood's Twister layout. But yeah, super great compliment to Legend, or to Voyage. So long. It's everything at Holiday World has so much length. Interactions with the water park are really cool. Some solid airtime, even for being a ride that's not focused on airtime. And then this giant helix is so fun. I have to take some points off for being a little bit rougher than Voyage, or maybe it's as smooth as Voyage and I can just tolerate laterals less than airtime. But yeah, Legend is fantastic. I really don't have much to say bad about this ride. It's so intense too. Just, yeah, brutal intense ride. I love it. Also, yeah, and this helix is just so long, goes on forever. Yeah, I'm gonna say 57? 55. Nice. Barnstormer. Equally intense coaster. No, I'm just kidding. I went on this one as a kid. I have barely any memories of it, but my mom said that after I got off this ride, I said that this coaster made me crazy, so, you know, don't trust a little kid around Goofy, you know? That sounded interesting. Really well themed, of course, it's Disney. Actually, for Disney, the theming is a little bit underwhelming, but you know, still good. Little kitty coaster gets the job done. I really like the propeller that spins on the front of the train. I think that's a great touch. And the layout, you know, it's better than your average Vekoma family coaster. Disney definitely got special treatment with this one. I'm gonna say probably rank this like 175, 160. Pantheon I already did. Time Warp. Canada's Wonderland, one of my other few defunct credits. Got on this one in 2024, I want to say. Right before it closed. Oh yeah, this is, along with Anaconda, and maybe it's closed coaster bias, but like, people will say like this is one of the worst coasters in the world. I don't really see it. It's got some horrible restraints, like yeah, no doubting that. But honestly, I don't really hate this ride that much. I thought it was kind of fun in a stupid way. Like, I think it's kind of good, janky fun. Yeah, I don't really have anything super bad to say about this ride. Well, you know, it's still bad. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you and pretend like I like this ride. But I like it ironically, for whatever that's worth. So yeah, I'm gonna say this is towards the bottom of my list, maybe 160s range, 165, 149, yeah, there we go. Phoenix, already talked about it. Vertigo, talked about that one. Pantheon, Hollyhock. Okay, we're definitely running out of coasters here. Teddy Bear at Kentucky, no, not Kentucky Kingdom, Strickers. I believe this is a clone of the Woodstock Express, like PTC Kitty Woodies. I have nothing to say about this one. It's a PTC Kitty Woody. Like, you know, it gives good airtime for what it is. It's got a really cute theme. I love Teddy Bear as a coaster name. But yeah, and it complements Tornado really well, actually. To have a classic Thrill Woody and a classic Family Woody, there you go. It's a solid combination. Of course, I still don't love this ride or anything, but I'm gonna give it like I'm gonna say 165. Oh, 147. Tornado, more Stricker Screw. We already did that one. Terminator, Kennywood. I love that everything at Kennywood has a double down, by the way. Like, you're gonna put a double down on a Wild Mouse? You're insane, Kennywood. But no, this ride has really fun theming. A lot of the time you have no fucking clue what's going on for being in the dark, but also it's just such a weird layout. Like, you don't know where you are in the building, you don't know where you've been, how long it's been. This is one of the most disorienting rides I've ever been on. This ride mogs the shit out of Laugh Track. Laugh Track wishes it was as confusing as this ride was. I really was not expecting to like Exterminator, but this is, you know, 1 out of 2 Wild Mice that I actually like, so, you know, you make a Wild Mouse spin, I kind of like it. I found the restraints comfortable. The layout was fun. Yeah, right, it wasn't a double down, it's a double up. But, yeah, and, like, it's inventive. It's a really funky layout. I'd be so curious to see what the map of this layout is, because it feels like it goes all over the place for a Wild Mouse. Nowhere near as compact as Wild Mice tend to be, I think. I don't know. But yeah, I quite like Exterminator. Oh, hey, look at that. I wonder who made that video. I bet they're really handsome and cool. Exterminator, I think, cracked my top 100. I want to say like low 80s, maybe 80. Oh, just barely didn't crack my top 100, but close. Alright, Tantrum Darien Lake, another home park coaster. This is basically everything I had to say about Daredevil Dive also applies to this one. It's short, but fun. I like the vertical lift. The vertical drop gives great ejector. Let's see, is there anything else remarkable? I like that it's got a funky inversion on it. That's like the roll that only appears on SLCs and also this model. Yeah, I think that's, yeah. But yeah, extremely short, and you do have to wait a bit for this ride usually. But that's not the layout's fault. But yeah, I like Tantrum, one of the better rides at Darien. I'm gonna say like 87 for Tantrum. 108, okay. Gemini Red, we had Gemini Blue earlier. I don't remember where I ranked Gemini Blue earlier today. I'm gonna say Gemini Red is 105. Sure. Not 77. Want to skip that one? We already did that. Behemoth. My opinion is always changing on this one. It's definitely the B&M Hyper I've ridden the most over like a period of time. I've ridden Mako more, but that was all over the course of 2 days. Leviathan I come back year after year, and Behemoth I come back year after year, and I always get on this ride. And I like it. Like, it's worth riding every single time. But some trips to this park I love it, and it's one of my favorite hypers. Other trips to this park, I don't love it. But if there's one thing this ride always does, it's just crush your face in with insane force. Definitely one of the more forceful B&Ms. I don't know if... well, forceful B&M hypers at least. I don't know if I'm just saying that because I tend to ride this ride in the front just by random happenstance. I don't really know what it is, but this is a pretty intense hyper. It gives some great airtime. I like the location over the water, and this like nice big helix coming up. But yeah, Behemoth is pretty good. I used to like it a little bit more, but I still like this thing quite a bit. I'm gonna say 56 for Behemoth. 32, okay. Already did Hiccups, Blue Streak, Incredible Hulk. When I looked up Incredible, you started to see Incredibly Gassy showing up. That's not what I'm trying to watch. Yeah, Hulk is weird. I have mixed opinions on this one. It has an awesome start, one of the best starts of any B&M. Just to launch into that roll is crazy. And then this, whatever you call that element, I forget. I think it's a Cobra roll. And the loop is huge, great, gigantic loop. You're absolutely ripping through this thing. That tunnel is great, especially if they turn on fog now on that. It's so fun. Yeah, this roll, this whole thing is really good. It's just intensity mixed with headbanging is the only thing. This is another B&M that riding defensively can still beat the shit out of you. But I kind of respect the display of power on this thing. It definitely feels like a Hulk-themed ride. So yeah, and nice long layout too. You get your money's worth with Hulk. So I'm gonna say Hulk is in my top 50? Maybe not, maybe 65? 80, damn, okay. Hershey, whatever. Comet, Great Escape, the coaster that could have been so much more, and apparently used to be. By the time I rode it, it's pretty rough, doesn't give a whole lot of airtime, but the layout's there. It's a great layout, it just needs to be like profiled just the tiniest bit better and smoothed out. But like, it's long, you get so many airtime hills, nice out and back, a little bit of turn mixed into it, so it's not just up and down the whole time. Yeah, there's no like one standout airtime hill on this thing, it's just kind of the same airtime hills. But there's nothing wrong with that. If they were profiled just a little bit sharper, this would be an amazing wooden coaster, but as is, it's a little bit of a letdown. Bobcat is better. I'm gonna say like 95 for this one. Jackrabbit Seabreeze. I love this coaster. Not because it's particularly great or anything, but this is like my home coaster. As of recording, I'm currently like 50. I'm like 25 minutes away from this ride. Is this video filmed in 4:3? That is so charming. I don't know why they did it like that. I guess it makes it feel old. Maybe it's a really old POV. Was that 6 years ago? No. But yeah, this coaster is the oldest operating coaster in the country, and it happens to be just like right down the road from my house. It's pretty forceless. I do think the layout is better than Kennywood's Jackrabbit, aside from the double down. Not that any of these airtime hills really do anything. Maybe like the mildest of floater airtime. But it really takes you out there. It's a pretty inventive layout too. Like, for how old it is, yeah, it has some ideas to it. It's kind of like figure 8 shape, but then it has some like weird terrain stuff happening back here. You can tell it's very much just a product of the terrain, and I like when a coaster's like that. It also goes over the tunnel there, and then you get like a really long tunnel section. Just yeah, you even get a nice little surprise drop in the tunnel, which is the best part of the ride. But yeah, Jackrabbit is awesome. I do kind of want to make a full video on Jackrabbit as a Seabreeze guy, because I feel like there's not a lot of content about this ride on the internet. It definitely deserves to be talked about more too. That said, I don't rank it super high. Maybe 105, 110, 145. Okay. Laugh track we already did. Twister we already did. Fly already did that. Laugh track again. Raven. All right. Raven. Let's see. Not Seabreeze. Holiday World. This is sort of a nice mix of the airtime of Voyage and the laterals of Legend. It's kind of a airtime and laterals ride. Of course, not as intense as either of those rides. This is a borderline family coaster in terms of force. But it's a nice long layout, as is everything at Holiday World. Pulls good forces, has some nice variety to it. Always love a tunnel on a wooden coaster. It's decently smooth, but not the smoothest in the world. Yeah, you can see some pretty bad rattle at some parts of this ride. But it's like not painful. And then this turn over the lake is of course one of the iconic roller coaster shots of all time. And yeah, I only got one ride on this, so I don't have a lot to say, but like, it's pretty good. I enjoy it. Definitely my least favorite of the wooden coasters here at Holiday World, but like, it's Holiday World. You can't blame it for not being the best. I'm gonna say this is like in my 80s, maybe? I'll say 83. It was 106. Flight of Fear. I haven't actually talked about Flight of Fear in this video yet. Flight of Fear. Specifically at Kings Island, which is the better one. Or wait, is this Kings Island or Kings Dominion? This is Kings Dominion. Yeah, Kings Dominion has the better one. Mostly just because you can actually see the aliens in this one, and it's not just like the weird body bags that they have at Kings Island. But I think this one also runs a lot smoother than Kings Island's. The first half of this ride, leading up to the mid-course, is really fun. I love those inversions. Then you hit the mid-course, and it turns into meandering the ride. Actually, it's already meandering even before the mid-course. This slows you to a stop, and then you do some like really slow-paced, useless, rough spaghetti bowl stuff. And then the ride just like stops being fun, pretty much right up until this final inversion, which that one's good. This ride is held back by the restraints. Premier has never been good at making trains, even on Alpen Fury. But like, Flight of Fear is fun. I like that it's in the dark. I like that it's got some good inversions. Every part of the ride that's not an inversion, though, is kind of useless. I guess the pop of airtime into the brakes is fun too, but it's not an airtime ride in the slightest. So Flight of Fear, I'm gonna say 120s. We'll say 124. Why not? 115. Okay. Gotham City, already talked about that piece of shit. Vertigo, Maverick. Okay, this is, I believe, my number 2, based on what I thought was my number 2 wasn't. I love Maverick. Oh my god, this thing. I mean, yeah, look at this thumbnail. That's pretty much, yeah, this is the ride that invented modern roller coaster design, pretty much. Yeah, punches way above its weight class for size, speed. It's just profiling, sequencing, and pacing is all you need. And just choosing the right elements and putting them in the right places. Yeah, Maverick is amazing. I could ride this thing over and over again. I'd never get sick of it. The restraints could be better. I think that's maybe the only thing keeping this from being my number 1. Or just Airy Force having maybe the slightest bit more variety. But yeah, this is another coaster that I consider 11 out of 10. It's hard to be better than Maverick. So yeah. 2 launches, of course, and the second one's awesome. And the first one's pretty good too. But yeah, Maverick is going to be my number 2 overall. Number 1 is, that's not correct. My number 1's Airy Force. But you know what? Close enough. I know that that's my number 2 if I was to pull up my actual credit count list. Flying Turns and Knobles. I forgot about this one. I said we had 1 Knobles coaster left. We have 2 left. Flying Turns is really fun. It almost like barely feels like a roller coaster. I mean, Flying Turns is no roller coaster. It doesn't even run on track. Like it is a coaster. I'm not gonna argue this isn't a credit. But yeah, you zip through this thing. Yeah, this thing really gets a full head of steam going. Really fun, like whip to the side. Kind of almost reminds me of Vortex in that way, where it's just like shooting you up the sides of these troughs. So lots of weird side-to-side motion that you don't get on a lot of coasters. I do like this a fair bit more than Anaconda, or not Anaconda, Reptilian at King's Dominion. So the wood definitely adds a nice character to this ride. I'm gonna say that this one is probably around the 110 range, maybe 105. Yeah. Alright, Skull Mountain Great Adventure. I mean, it's fine. The outer facade is really cool. What happens in here is basically just Flight of Fear if you took out the inversions in the launch, which is, you know, the only worthwhile parts of Flight of Fear. But it's a little bit more comfortable than Flight of Fear, so I don't hate this ride. I would ride it again, but I'm not like rushing to it or anything. I mean, they have like party lights on right now, but even if they don't have the party lights on, it's not really dark in this building, like at all. So it doesn't necessarily achieve the indoor dark ride effect the best, but that's okay. It's Six Flags. I think I have this like 120 or so. Yeah, 125. Kumba, the other victim of the August 2nd slaughtering. Wonder if my video shows up. Oh yeah, there it is. Anyways, yeah, Kumba is really what kicked off B&M being just one of the greatest manufacturers, the greatest manufacturer of the 90s. Stupid intense, stupid long, so many elements and inversions. Positive G's up your ass. That 0G roll is one of the best out there. Basically every inversion on this ride is like one of the best of its type that's ever been built. I mean, like, say what you will about a corkscrew, but these ones are visually beautiful, and they're pretty fun too. Finale is a little bit whatever. The ride kind of dies after this second corkscrew, but I mean, it's cool to go through a tunnel to end off the ride, even if it's not really doing that much. Yeah, I love Kumba. This is a very good ride, and it's a shame to see it go. Hopefully it gets replaced with something solid. I'm gonna say this is in my top 50, maybe around like 42. 35, there we go. I do like it a fair bit more than Hulk. Millennium Force, already talked about that. Black Diamond, okay, we're finishing up Knobles here. This ride, so cool. It is like mostly dark ride. It's got like a single drop, and it's built on a coaster ride system technically. As a dark ride, it's really fun. I love these like cheesy haunted rides. This is basically like a second Haunted Mansion for Knobles, with a cool like Pennsylvania mining theme. It's a little hard to tell in this video what's going on, but like it's got some spook factor to it, to be honest. And you know, it's got like, I'm trying to see if I can find the coaster drop. It's around here somewhere. Oh yeah, there it is. And I call it a drop, but like it is almost more of just a ramp. As a coaster, this is such a nothing burger, but this ride isn't really about being a coaster. You just get like a little drop and a little speed to enhance the storytelling, kind of like Pirates of the Caribbean in that way. And the theme and the storytelling is great on this ride, so like, again, it's kind of hard to rank. If you removed all the theming, this would be like a 0 out of 10 coaster, but the ride's not about being a coaster, so I don't know where I had this ranked, to be honest. It could be anywhere. Like, maybe 140? I don't know. Yeah, 153. Raptor, already talked about it. We already talked about Jersey Devil, Zapple. Snoopy's at Canada's Wonderland. My less preferred of the new Snoopy rides. See if I can get the Canada's Wonderland one. I think it's so cool that you're like a Mountie in the theme here. I love that they added a little Canadian spice to it. It took me forever to find this ride. It's really tucked away. But yeah, the launches are fun. I like that the story changes on the second lap around a little bit. The theming is probably better here than on Racing Railway, but Racing Railway, or not Racing Railway, Soapbox Racers goes backwards and this ride doesn't, so I'll give Soapbox Racers the point over this one, but only just a little bit. They basically have the same strengths. And this one is also super smooth and great for kids, so. I did not get on the one at Carowinds because I didn't know it existed. But the Canada's Wonderland one, maybe around 150, 140, around the top of the kiddie ride list. Oh, 123, yeah, great. There you go. Okay, Phoenix Rising. By the way, we're not going to get to SheiKra because I haven't been on it. I always go in February when the ride is down for seasonal maintenance, or I have the last 2 times. I like this ride. I would always get on this when I go to this park. Busch Gardens Tampa also doesn't have any bad coasters. I mean, this video makes it look really shaky. I really didn't experience the shake on my ride, though. Color scheme is gorgeous. I really like the plot of land it goes around. Pantopia is really cute. And that moment, like over the entrance of the coaster, or over the entrance of the queue, is really fun. A little trench there just to remind you of Montu, the better coaster. A fun helix at the end. But yeah, I like everything that this ride does. It's cute, short, pretty fun. Huge improvement over the Wild Mouse that it replaced, come on. But yeah, that's Phoenix Rising. I appreciate that ride. I'm gonna say Phoenix Rising, maybe 132. 102, okay, yeah. Wonder Mountains from one family ride to another. certain YouTuber made a video about how this ride is terrible, and I can't even disagree. Like, it kind of does fail at everything it tries to do, but I can't help but enjoy this ride. Like, I mean, and by everything I tried to do, I do mean everything aside from the drop track. Like, the theming is well and truly awful on this ride. Like, you can see the screens that they're projecting on. It's not so clear in this video because the video quality is kind of like not super HD and crisp, but like when you're on this ride, you can really tell where the screens begin and end. Also, once you pass a scene, they shut the screen down while you're still looking at it, so you can very clearly just see the sheet that it's being projected onto. And like going around some of the corners, you can just see through the warehouse that this thing is in. So as a shooting dark ride, yeah, it's pretty atrocious. Also, the like cameras don't work and the guns don't function very well. But I don't know. I like how stupid this thing is, and it's like the coaster bits are pretty smooth and fun. And the drop track is like the best drop track I've ever been on. It's so like it's honestly better than a lot of drop towers and how forcefully it yanks you down. So for that alone, this coaster is worth a 15-minute wait every time if you can catch it with a short wait. But yeah, I'm gonna say I rank this like 110 maybe. Okay, 130. Fahrenheit Hershey Park. This is a fun one. I really like Fahrenheit. It's maybe my 7th favorite ride at Hershey Park. Yeah, vertical drop gives you tons of ejector. The inversions are really fun and drawn out. Great positive G's in the valleys. You know, what else? What else is there to comment on? Oh yeah, that airtime hill is really fun, leading into the brake run. There's another airtime hill somewhere on this thing that I really like. I don't know. I do find this ride layout kind of forgettable. Oh yeah, that's the airtime hill that I mean, right before that helix. Like, none of the inversions are like best in class or anything, and then there's not like a bunch of standout airtime or like weirdly profiled moments on it. It's just kind of a solid looper, which is not what I go to Intamin for. But for what it is, it's still a great coaster, and the fact that it's number 7 at Hershey Park has more to say about Hershey Park's lineup than the quality of Fahrenheit. I'm gonna say this is like 70s, maybe 73. So yeah, Fahrenheit 150. Boomerang, Darien Lake. I mean, do I have to play the clip? I'll play the clip. Yeah, this is one of the worst. The color scheme is nice. Fairly pretty looking boomerang, aside from the paint job being a little bit out of date. But I do love a teal coaster. Aside from that, you know, it's a boomerang. And it's a pretty rough and shitty one at that. And it still doesn't have vest restraints, so yeah. I got no flowers to give this ride. I'm gonna say like 160 area for this one, maybe like 163. 156, okay. Good Bad Wolf already did that. Whirlwind already did that. Fahrenheit did that. Wild Mouse already did that. Biker did that. Judgment Red. We're definitely getting down here. Wind Chaser. Okay, here's a new one. I like Wind Chaser. This is a very good RMC. Like all the way at the top of my of the middle of the pack for RMCs. This is like just below Twisted Timbers for me. It does a lot in common with Twisted Timbers, with the super rapid pacing and sustained but not particularly large elements. Yeah, kind of small scale elements across the board. And camelbacks. I love a good RMC camelback. Yeah, not a whole lot to say about this. I do say I think it's lacking in like a standout element. It's just kind of really good RMC airtime hills. it could have used maybe like a slightly more memorable inversion or something. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with this ride, and then the finale is wonderful. I love those twisted airtime hills. So yeah, and then there's this is like such a ridiculously tight turn. Yeah, this is top 20 for sure. I want to say maybe like 16, 28. Okay. Candy Blaster already talked about. Lightning Racer, Carolina Gold Rusher. Ugh, boring. Yeah, I don't know. It's this is like the most forgettable mine train. It's not rough. Well, you know, it's rough, but it's not particularly rough. It might be actually one of the smoother ones. And like you go through some trees or whatever, but I don't find the landscaping of Carowinds to be particularly gorgeous. You know, compared to the location of like Dahlonega or Adventure Express or even Runaway Mine Train at Great Adventure, this one is just like, I don't know. It does the mine train things. It's got 2 lift hills, some fun tunnel interactions. But yeah, I don't really like Gold Rusher. I'll say this is maybe like 150, 146. Fly already did. Money already did. Mighty Canadian Minebuster. This is a weird one. This is hard for me to rank. I've experienced every state of this coaster, from no retracking at all to partial retrack last year to basically full retrack this year, aside from the middle. You know, it used to be terrible. It used to be one of my least favorite coasters, period. Back before they did any track work. Then they did this first half, and well, I appreciate that they reprofiled it. It's no Grizzly. You get like mild floater on these 3 airtime hills, but really nothing great. I was really expecting more from the people that did Grizzly's retracking, but I don't know, maybe with the water park they were limited with how good they could do that reprofile. No, then we have these twisted airtime hills on the return leg, which I think are fine. Like, that's it's fine that those haven't been retracked yet. And then we have the ending here before the Helix, which they put a new airtime hill in this year, and that airtime hill is now the best one on the ride. But it's still not much. It's like kind of flowjector. But then riding it this year, you get to the Helix, and the Helix used to be awful, like abysmal. My least favorite coaster element, probably. And now it's fun, which is really weird. It was so strange to get off of that Helix and be like, wow, that was a good finale. Because, you know, wow, did it not used to be a good finale. But yeah, that's Minebuster. It's still just bordering on good. It's certainly nowhere near Grizzly. But considering where it came from, that's a lot. So I'm gonna say that Minebuster is maybe 70, 75, we'll say. Oh, 133. Cedar Creek, nah, don't care. Penguin Trek. Let's see. Yeah, so okay, I don't know why we're getting off ride. Oh yeah, because we're in Florida. Yeah, you get a little dark ride section with some drive tires here. We're using some of that Empire ride that they used to have, that trackless dark ride, which I actually did get to ride as a kid and quite enjoyed. So yeah, theming is really great at the start of this ride. Really no one talks about the theming on this ride. I guess since it's reused, you can't give it too many props for that. But yeah, then you get the launch and it's like whatever, kind of just gets you up to speed. Maybe has like a little bit more of a punch to it than you'd expect from B&M, but like that's only because B&M barely ever does launches. And then you just kind of get some meandering for the rest of the ride. This is another one that I don't think is particularly rough, but like I'm not gonna go to bat for it. If Penguin Trek has 0 fans, this has really nothing to do with me. um, but yeah. So I'm gonna say Penguin Trek. I ranked maybe, yeah, maybe around the high 90s, 95, 107, yeah, around where I put the other United Parks family coasters. Howler, this is Holiday World's little E&F Miler kitty coaster. I think, well, it might actually be Zamperla. As with all kitty coasters, very small, cramped seats that are uncomfortable for an adult. But like, who cares? It's a kitty coaster, and it has like a kind of. I think this helix is fun. I don't really remember anything about this ride. It's pretty forgettable, but like, you know, kitty coaster. I'm gonna say this was maybe 181. Oh, 169. There we go. Ride of Steel, Darien Lake, our headlining attraction, is just okay. Yeah, we got 200 feet and a whole lot of nothing to do with it. Yeah, you got the straight track, a couple turns, 2 helixes, which is just like, why do we need so many helixes? That camelback gives nothing. There's a good sense of speed on this ride, I will say. But this is like, everything bad you can say about like Millennium Force applies to this ride like times 10. Just for being so big and having so many useless elements. I will say I have grayed out on these helixes, so maybe they're not so useless. But yeah, this camelback doesn't really do anything either. This helix is not particularly fun. We get to the one part of the ride that I really like after this helix, which is the like twisted finale. And I wish we got more, like, I'm not a big twisted guy, but the twisted section is the best part of this ride. Yeah, that airtime hill's really fun, and then these two are like the only actual airtime hills on the ride that like do anything. So yeah, harsh words for Ride of Steel, but like, come on. It's such a mediocre headliner. So yeah, I'm gonna say this is, I had all that bad stuff to say about it, but like, I don't hate the ride. It's still good. Like 75. 59, yeah, okay. Voyage, Barnstormer, Adventure Express. Here we go, my favorite mine train. And wrapping up all the mine trains I've been on. Kind of appropriate to finish with my favorite. Love the theming on this ride. Kings Island cooked with the re-theme. I wish more mine trains would get this effort into revitalizing their theming. I do wish they had revitalized the track work with the re-theme. It is still janky as all hell, but in a way that's fun. I don't know if it's just the theming that's making me say that, or like the speed that it takes this layout at. Like, this mine train kind of hauls ass. I mean, you can see it really comes into play after the second lift hill here. You pick up some speed on this helix, and you just keep picking up speed. I think it may be the terrain of Kings Island that they're working with, that they can just get some real crazy speed going on this thing. Especially, you keep working your way downhill to this ending, and then you just have like the lift hill back to the station. But yeah, I think it's worth it for how much speed you pick up and how fun this layout is. This is the only mine train that I would even consider re-riding. Maybe Runaway Mine Train at Great Adventure, just to experience the ejector airtime death hill. But yeah, I really like Adventure Express for what it is. So, and we have -1 coasters remaining, so you have a lot of repeats, of course. But yeah, Adventure Express, I'm gonna say, is my number 105. Let's say 113. Okay. Skip this. Already did this. Already did this. Already did that. Super duper looper. It's pretty whatever. Again, not really a Schwarzkopf guy. You can appreciate the smoothness, and this is a good first looping coaster. I did bang my head into the lap bar on the loop. It kind of, I had my arms up and it like folded me in half. So pretty intense loop, I will say. But yeah, aside from that, it's just some terrain hugging, meandering, whateverness. But you know, for the era, it was a good fit for Hershey Park. And still a good introductory looper. This one I think is like 150 range, maybe 155. Oh yeah, 150, there we go. Twisted Timbers, a goated RMC. Finally something high tier to talk about too. Yeah, I adore this ride, it's so fun. Pink's Dominion has a crazy top too. So yeah, we have this barrel drop at the start, which is fun. I do prefer a straight drop, but like, you know, it's something different. You know, then we have that really fun snappy turnaround, a little unbanked airtime hill, triple camelback coming up. And that's the standout of the ride by far. A triple camelback? Are you kidding me? Then this like cutback little thing. Then just like the most insane sequence of little baby airtime hills and like off-axis bullshit. This like outer bank that's coming up here is so fun. Tiniest outer bank of all time. And then we're just going for like another loop around. It's so long. It's like, yeah, Steel Vengeance if you made everything tiny and then you made it just rip the entire way through. So yeah, Twisted Timbers is a masterpiece. I'm gonna say this is around like 12? 13, okay. Backlot, we already talked about that. Thunder Striker, we already talked about that. Master Revenge, Wicked Cyclone, okay. Twisted Timbers and Wicked Cyclone right next to each other, as it should be. I don't like Wicked Cyclone quite as much, but like, it's still really good. And like, I only got one ride on this thing, so I'm sure my opinion would shoot up if I got more rides. But yeah, solid first drop. This is another one like Storm Chaser, which has kind of not the most memorable layout to me. It's just kind of really good airtime hill after really good airtime hill, and just great length and variety, but it is lacking in like a signature element or like a thing that it does better than any other RMC. But yeah, it's still a great ride, and definitely my favorite ride is Six Flags New England. It's so long I couldn't even like, you know, I couldn't even fill this entire commentary thinking about it. But yeah, great RMC. I think this is my, somewhere in the 20s, maybe like 23. Number 20, perfect. We get Wicked Cyclone 2 times in a row. Icebreaker. This ride's really fun. Yeah, just little thing that was supposed to be a family coaster but accidentally has the craziest ejector at SeaWorld. It really does a lot for SeaWorld's lineup too. Yeah, just this airtime on this top hat coming up. The swing launch is fun going backwards. But yeah, you really get going on the second pass through the swing launch here, and the double down into the swing launch. Like, what were they thinking making this a family coaster? Double down swing launch on both ends, or like a backwards double up, I guess. Yeah, and then when you finally make it over that thing, it just yanks you. And then like the rest of the layout is also really good. Just plenty of ejector on all of these hills. So much intensity. Some pretty good positive G's at certain points too. And that wave turn thing. Yeah, Icebreaker is just a great coaster. This is another one that I have nothing bad to say. So yeah, Icebreaker, top 50, I think, maybe like 35, 54, yeah. Candemonium, low-key, people sleep on Candemonium. mean, the GP doesn't. They love this ride. And I love this ride. Hershey Park definitely needed a nice calm hyper like this. Definitely a gentle giant as far as hypers go. But it's got some aggressiveness to it too. This hill is like a Mako floater hill, just about. Turnaround's fun. I like the little wave turn thing they have on this ride. Yeah, that one right there. It's a little bit too slow, but I appreciate that they're mixing it up and it's a unique element. And then no mid-course on this ride too. And then you have the Kisses Fountain, which is a really fun visual. I don't really care that it's forceless, like, it's worth it for the visual. And then some little airtime hills that don't do much of anything to end out the ride. So yeah, Candemonium's really good. I want to say like mid-50s for this ride, maybe like 55. 41. Dragonfire at Canada's Wonderland. You would think this ride sucks because it's got like a pretty similar layout to Steam and Demon and Corkscrew, like one of those really short arrow loop screws. Actually, I don't think this thing even has a loop. I don't remember. We'll see, I guess. It's been a while since I've ridden it. Oh no, it does have a loop. So yeah, it's a loop screw. Little straight track going into those double loops. But yeah, you get some meat for this with the double loops and the double corkscrew. The transitions aren't horrible, the restraints aren't horrible, tracking's not too bad. Yeah, this is a pretty solid arrow looper across the board, all things considered. You get a little bonus helix too, which, yeah, definitely puts it a step above like Steam and Demon and Corkscrew. It's too bad it doesn't have an airtime hill though, that would really seal the deal for this being a pretty good classic arrow. So yeah, Dragonfire, I'm gonna say maybe 130? 44. Timbers already talked about that. Racer talked about that. Lightning Racer, Vortex, Carowinds. Yeah, I don't really like this ride. I don't think most people do either. It's like kind of maybe the worst B&M I've been on, if I'm being honest. It's pretty rough, pretty headbangy. The seating position isn't doing it any favors. Yeah, you know, it's a stand-up and it's a pretty, I mean, at least it's short, like it's over pretty quick, but from the first element of this ride, I kind of already want to get off, so yeah, not a big fan of Vortex. I want to say this is towards the bottom of the list, maybe like 190, 187, 159, yeah. Minecraft Madness we already talked about. Tabili talked about that. Comet talked about that. Skull Mountain talked about that. Laugh Track. Buckhead. A2 Atlantis. Here we go. Here's a new one. This ride is like, yeah, it's mostly a log flume with some cool theming and dark ride stuff. Like, it's a coaster by technicality. But the theming is fun. You know, it used to be more, but even as is, I still think it's a vibe. Even when you pause here to look at nothing, where that used to be a show scene. I like this room a lot. I think this room is really pretty. I don't remember that shark thing being there. I've been gone by the time I rode this. Yeah, you know, and then there's the Medusa jump scare that doesn't do anything anymore. But yeah, this drop coming up after this turnaround is really fun. Pretty big drop too, and the building really makes this thing look imposing. So yeah, that's a fun moment. And then you get a little like coaster section after this bit, like little indoor coaster section. And then a drop with some banking. As a coaster, it's probably the worst one at SeaWorld Orlando. It's rough as hell in that bit. But as a water ride, it's really fun. And it's a fun ride to look at the scenery at and rock work. It's very well executed, even if they have been slowly, yeah, ruining it over the years. I want to say I ranked this like 120, maybe 125, 135. Coaster here. We're getting towards the end for sure. Riddler Revenge, here we go. Here's my favorite SLC. I think I said that earlier. Riddler Revenge. Oh, not Riddler's Revenge. No, the one in New England is Riddler Revenge. So yeah, it's just an SLC, but it's got vest restraints. I am wondering if I'm gonna, like, enjoy Mind Eraser and Daredeviler now that they've been, but I believe this ride might have also gotten track work. I don't know, I didn't feel like it was jackhammering me nearly as bad as Mind Eraser and Flight Deck. It's still an SLC, so like, you know, but the layout's pretty good. They seem to have, the track work isn't nearly as fucked as the ones that I really don't like. It's got the vest restraints so you're not headbanging. I can appreciate it. I don't even really hate Riddler Revenge. I think it's fun. Maybe like 70, 75, 94, yeah. Woodland Run, very unremarkable, Dinwoody. I like the new theme. I think really suits this ride. The ride itself kind of does nothing. The first drop is pretty good, and then everything afterwards is just like, you know, it's got some speed to it, but profiling is just whatever. And then it gets hella rough at some of the parts that haven't been retracked. Not quite Wild Beast bad, but not great either. Give it some more Titan track, and you're looking at a okay Woody. Definitely like better than Predator had it been fully smooth. A little better of a layout than Predator as is. But yeah, just the banking, you can see here, it's so shallow in so many places. So yeah, it's nothing great. I'm gonna say 145 for you. 139, yeah, not bad. Iron Dragon. The most forgettable Cedar Point coaster, here we are. Nothing great about this, nothing bad about it either though. Kind of a nice chill ride through the woods. Doesn't always have a super long line, but it can. But if you can catch it with a short line, it's a nice escape from the more intense stuff at Cedar Point. Cedar Point needs a better family coaster than this though. This is really not going to do much to impress young riders. I do like the turn over the water, and yeah, the stuff after the second left hill is a little bit more intense and a little bit more fun. If the whole ride was like this, maybe it could be a little bit closer to Bat at Kings Island, but as is, nah, it's fine, inoffensive. I did do this at one time where it was like the fog was on, and that turn was really cool in the fog, but anyways. Iron Dragon, I'm put like 160. 41. Fury, okay. It's been a while since we've been able to talk about something elite. Fury is awesome. Obviously. Everyone loves Fury. This is probably objectively the world's best roller coaster. But like Falcon's Flight or whatever. No one's riding that shit. But like, yeah, you can take anyone on Fury and they're gonna adore it, whether they're a Thuzy or a GP. This is everyone's coaster. Super intense, crazy positive G's in a lot of the valleys. Airtime, which is something that Leviathan and Orion don't really have. Treble Clef is awesome. Yeah, Fury is a banger ride. I will say, you know, it's not playing to my exact specific tastes, whereas a lot of the coasters in my like top 5, top 10, or like 11 out of 10s, this is more of a 10 out of 10. Like, it's perfect. I wouldn't really change anything about it, but it's B&M Gigas aren't really speaking my language, even the best of them. So I think this is going to be like 13, 15, somewhere in that range. Let's say like 14. Maybe, we'll say 12. There we go, dead on, it was number 12. First time that's happened in a bit. Curse of the Werewolf, oh my gosh, I never get to talk about this ride. Ugh, I love Curse of the Werewolf. Yeah, talk about a ride that Florida people aren't going to understand at all. The theming is not really that good. It really does stick out like a sore thumb at Epic Universe. But you put this layout at a Six Flags park, people would glaze it. It's so fun. It really gets going. Granted, okay, I've never been on like a mock extreme spinner. This is probably the most like thrill-oriented spinning coaster I've been on. But combining like a fun, low-to-the-ground, snappy layout with spinning and like a swing launch, like, yeah, I don't know, I really enjoy this ride. I'll take a B-tier filler roller coaster over like a B-tier dark ride any day of the week, especially one that's as fun as this. So yeah, Curse of the Werewolf, I'm gonna say this is like top 70 at least. I'll say like 65. 62, there we go. Stardust we already did. Banshee Kings Island. Ooh, I love Banshee. This is another fantastic B&M invert. We talked about Montu and Alpengeist a while back. This is my either second or third favorite. It's kind of tied with Montu. It does entirely different things. If anything, it's a little closer to Alpengeist being massive. But where Montu and Alpengeist are whippy, this is like the floaty B&M invert. It's got the same intensity as a Montu or an Alpengeist or a Bat Clone or a Raptor, but it's huge and it gives really floaty, graceful inversions. It almost uses that like wing coaster design language where, you know, you're not exactly, it is kind of like face-ripping intensity, but combined with well-profiled, graceful, somewhat drawn-out elements, and I like it. It has the vest restraints too, but honestly, I only dislike the vest restraints when you're on the lift hill. Once you get into the ride, I prefer them, at least for a non-airtime focused ride. Like, it's not a dive coaster, so I don't care. They prevent headbanging, so like, yeah, give it to me any day of the week. I kind of wish Alpengeist had them. But yeah, and then there's that like finale with the inline twist or whatever that gives so much like weird inverted coaster hang time. Yeah, that bit, I live for that shit. So yeah, Banshee is like, I love Banshee. Yeah, that's such a good invert. I'm so excited to get back on that later this summer. Alright, Banshee is gonna be top 40 at least, maybe we'll say 35. There you go, I have it ranked 30. Sky Rush. Oh, here we go. Here's my favorite coaster at Hershey. Alright. Yeah, Sky Rush. Hyper coaster that they squeezed into a tiny pot of land. The best first drop of any coaster ever, and I really don't think this first drop can be topped unless somebody builds a first drop wrong on purpose. This camelback is insane. Crazy ejector on every single airtime hill on this thing. Just some of the most insane sustained ejector out there. It is lacking definitely in length and variety. But like the things it does really well. Yeah, just the intensity. Yeah, I'm a Sky Rush glazer until the day I die. It has its problems, but it has its weirdness that I think really endears it to me. So yeah, this is still top 20 material. It used to be my number one, back when I had far less credits. But I'm gonna say maybe 16 now for Sky Rush. Okay, 9. Not bad. Raven, we already talked about. Lightning Run, already talked about that. Or sorry, we haven't talked about Lightning Run. Oops, that's my bad. Yeah, Lightning Run, little chance hyper GTX. I guess I spoiled the ranking on this one. It's yeah, 35. So yeah, this coaster gives crazy ejector airtime. It feels a little bit like a knockoff RMC in that what it does, it doesn't do quite as well as a really good RMC. I do like that there's not inversions on it though. I like that it goes for that hyper coaster on a much smaller scale vibe. But yeah, it's just nice airtime hill after airtime hill, really good pacing. Does a lot of stuff with overbanks and outer banks and switches and yeah, all that good stuff. And then a really fun, just triple ejector death finale. Yeah, Lightning Run is very good, very good. I'm gonna say maybe, oh right, 35. Yeah, I already. Yep. Oh, I already talked about hiccups, vortex, Manta. I like Manta. Solid, like number 2 or 3 in SeaWorld. Yeah, everything I said about Superman, but just like make the landscaping 100 times better. This is one of the best landscape coasters around, which is funny because the graphic design for this coaster is atrocious. If you've ever seen the font in the station, but coaster elements itself, pretzel loop is of course amazing. So many positive G's there, so fun. And then the rest of the coaster is nice, smooth, graceful inversions. Really makes you feel like you're flying. It does a great job at it. And yeah, I always do get stuck on the brake run of this ride for like 5 minutes, and that sucks because this it's not a comfortable ride to sit around in waiting for it to end. It's super comfortable when you're actually going through the inversions, but like it's not a coaster you want to get stuck on. That little turn over the water is so fun, especially once you pass by the waterfall. So yeah, I always look forward to getting back on this ride. I love Manta. It's gonna be maybe around this 50s, 60s. We'll say 65. 47. There we go. Oops, I did it again with Superman. Yeah, Superman. You can see there, rank 33. I love Superman the ride. That said, I don't love it as much as a lot of people do. I do think it has some issues in common with Darian's Superman, although the difference is pretty night and day still. Like, the airtime hills actually give airtime on this ride. I don't like that it ends on a spaghetti bowl. I mean, I get why, like based on the land they were working with. I would prefer that it started on a spaghetti bowl, but you can't really do that on a coaster with a 200-foot tall drop. Velocicoaster gets the advantage of being a launch coaster in that regard. But all these airtime hills are wonderful. Maybe not the best around, but like in the 2000s, sure, some of the best airtime hills around. I'm not the biggest Twister section fan. I like the variety that it adds, and not a lot of hypercoasters have this much variety. But like, to be honest, sometimes I do prefer the ludicrously repetitive B&M hyper layouts. But yeah, Superman the ride is very fun. I do find some of the airtime hills are a bit shallow, but like, you know, I also didn't get to ride the back row on that ride, so who knows where my opinion of that will change once I eventually get rerides. But yeah, 33 for that one. Griffin, Interest Devil. Let's see if I can. I know we have a couple ones here that we haven't done. Manta and Mako and Pipeline haven't come up yet. Mako, there we go. I summoned it. Right. Yeah, I love this one. This is my favorite B&M hyper. Borderline tied with um, Diamondback. But yeah, the 5-second floater hill of fame. This little twisted airtime hill that none of the other B&M hypers even have anything remotely like. Yeah, this is one of my favorite airtime hills of all time. The turnaround is super intense. I always start to gray out on this turnaround. Some of these little airtime hills, it does die a little bit leading up to the brake run and after the brake run, but then like this finale is so twisty and fun. You're almost kind of getting floater sideways because you have just enough speed, and then this turnaround gives some nice positives. So it ends the ride on a high note, if not just for the visuals. So this is also my, I think my most ridden coaster. Super easy to lap. There's never too much of a line. So yeah, Mako is going to be my number 15 overall, I think. 17. Okay. Oh, I skipped over Grover's, but yeah, 162. There you go. No more Grovers on the list. Reptilian. This ride's fun. Yeah. Weird seating positions. If you have a partner, you sit in their lap. I've experienced it without anyone sitting in my lap, and it really feels like you're not locked into the restraints in that case. I can see why they try to enforce that. But my god, is it fun if you're sitting by yourself. But even if you're not, this ride is very fun. Zippy, especially the low to the ground moment towards the end. You're just barreling through. Yeah, this part right here. You're barreling through. It feels like you're gonna go soaring off the track. Not in an airtime way, but in a in a bobsled way. Yeah, super unique coaster. If you can't ride I mean, there's a lot of these in Europe, or at least a few of these, but in America it's pretty rare, and it's a very fun experience, so definitely check that out at King's Dominion. I want to say I ranked this in the top 100, but barely, maybe 96. Okay, 117, yeah. Twisted Cyclone at Over Georgia. Always love me a little bit of Twisted Cyclone. This ride is very fun. It's a weaker RMC, but it's still really fun. This is a really good pre-lift. One of my favorites. And then yeah, it's a bit short, but really everything that it does quite well. I really like that inversion right there. The reverse cobra roll. Then that wave turn, oh my god, that wave turn is good. One of RMC's best elements for sure. I love an RMC wave turn. Yeah, you've got some nice airtime hills, a little roll. This ride is really good. I'm a big fan of Twisted Cyclone. I want to say this lands in my top 30, maybe 32. 41. Silver Street, the other hang and bang that I've been on. At Canada's Wonderland. Fine. It's a lot better than the Carowinds one for some reason. I didn't think this one was nearly as uncomfortable. People always say this is one of the stinkers at Canada's Wonderland. I think this is actually a pretty solid kiddie ride. I would let a kid ride this. I would not let a kid ride Kitty Hawk. That would scare them off the coasters forever. But still, they're getting on Snoopy's Racing Rally first, at the very least. But yeah, it's alright. I have no ill will for Silver Streak. I think I put that down 190, 120, 172. Yeah, there we go. Pantherian. Here's a heavy hitter. My favorite Giga. World's best Giga, I'm confident. I don't think Steel Dragon is going to have anything to say about that if I ever get on that. Love the new theme. I love how it fits into Jungle X. Hot take. Of course, you got the gray out on the first turnaround that everyone talks about. Then, the airtime hill that nobody talks about. This is insane. This is one of the best ejector hills on the planet. It's like a Mako 5-second floater hill, but for ejector. And then the rest of the ride, you get these like low to the ground snappy bits, which is this is how I want Superman the ride to be in the Spaghetti Bowl. But you know, this ride did have the advantage of coming like 20 years later. So, and then you get that like trimmed floater hill, more ejector, really nice turnaround, more snappiness, just snapping you all over the place, just like Maverick, but if it was a Giga. And then you get the bricks. I love that ride. That is maybe my number 9. 6. There we go. Dark Coaster. Not worth the wait. However, if you can get on with less than a 30-minute wait, which is kind of rare, this ride is phenomenal. It's so fun. This is just kind of, my friends describe this as launch slop, where it's just low to the ground, twists and turns. You get 2 laps around it, and then there's some nice theming, little jump scares with the little ghost guys popping up. And it is a true dark ride, like you can't see what's about to happen. Ride this in the straddle position, put your hands on the handlebars, it makes the forces way more fun. So yeah, Dark Coaster is solid. Like 95. 69, yeah, there we go. Iron Gwazi. I love Iron Gwazi. Obviously, everyone loves Iron Gwazi. I want to say this is my number 2 or 3, somewhere around there. Yeah, I've been on this ride. I've gotten like 14 rides on this thing. This is also one of my most ridden. Yeah, insane first drop, one of the best first drops of all time. Super long, insanely paced, crazy intense. Does a little bit of everything. Most of RMC's best elements are on this ride, if I'm being honest, like between this and Airy. Yeah, just a phenomenal ride. And that wave turn, oh my god. Yeah, it's the Twisted Cyclone wave turn on crack. It's a shame RMC doesn't put a wave turn on all their rides, but you know, just makes this one more special. And the death roll, yeah, love me some Iron Gwazi. And you just charge into that brake run. So good. Wind whipping, tears in your face. Yeah. Iron Gwazi, number 3. No, number 4, not bad. Ricochet, a wild mouse. I'm not gonna roll the clip for this one. Fuck Ricochet. This is probably my least favorite wild mouse, or second least behind Gotham. I'd say like 189. Got some Louis-on playing. Switch that up real quick. Whatever. Already did that. Kraken. Great Pumpkin Coaster. There we go. ENF Miler at Kings Island and King's Dominion. I haven't done the Kings Island one. Roll the clip here. Great Pumpkin Coaster. I like the setting of the King's Dominion one better than the Kings Island one. I like that it's kind of out in the woods by Dominator, but you can't see like anything through the trees. Don't really need a POV here, you get the idea. Those airtime hills are kind of fun. Weird, janky, like sideways airtime hills. The way kiddie coasters do, like, and especially ENF Miler kiddie coasters do like banked airtime hills, it's like weirdly fun. And you're not gonna find anything like that, like such tiny banked airtime hills outside of like maybe also Twisted Timbers and some of the smaller scale RMCs. Like, it's really weird how they always put such like intensely banked tiny airtime hills on these things. Like, you're not taking them with any speed, so it doesn't matter, but yeah. for being a kiddie ride. That said, as a coaster, it's probably still like 186 at most. No, 167. There we go. Gatekeeper. Ooh. Been a while since we've had a Cedar Point coaster. I like Gatekeeper. I think this is a beautiful coaster visually. Floaty elements, very big, very intense at times. Lots of positive G's. Thunderbird-esque. Yeah, the finale sucks. You know, everyone knows that. Everything after the mid-course is just the afterthought. But everything leading up to the mid-course is really fun. And the keyhole interaction with the front of the park is great. Coaster itself is iconic. Yeah, Gatekeeper's really fun. Giant corkscrew, too. One of my favorite corkscrews ever. Maybe my favorite. I can't think of a lot of really good corkscrews out there. So yeah, Gatekeeper. I love Gatekeeper. Maybe like a 50s, 55 for Gatekeeper. 44. Already talked about that. Batman the Ride. Somehow it took this long to get to Batman. Well, I only have 2 of these, so. Gads. I'm not gonna roll the POV for Over Georgia. Just know that it's faster and bluer than this one. Even in this state, I quite enjoy Batman the Ride. I mean, the line is long as hell for a somewhat less impressive invert. I still like it more than Raptor, Great Bear, but yeah, these Batman clones are fun, especially Over George is running on crack. The Great Adventure one's not quite as good, but I still quite enjoy it. It's super whippy. You don't get much whip like these. I'm gonna say this is, I don't know, 78. 5. Motocoaster Darien. This is a really punchy launch, actually, like shockingly punchy. I think this uses some like somewhat alternative launch technology. It's a Zamperla motocoaster, and one of 3. The others at Coney Island, and then Knott's Berry Farm. So yeah, really fun family ride here. Super smooth, really punchy launch. It just kind of meanders after the launch, but like, you know, whatever. It gets the job done. Coaster you could take just about anyone on, and they'd have a good time. And it has weird ass seats. So there you go. Yeah, Motocoaster is a solid family ride. I'm gonna say like 120 for this guy. 125. 119. There we go. Flying Cobras. Getting sick of pulling up the B&M, the boomerang POVs, but you know, might as well. This is one of the nicer looking boomerangs. I really like what they did with the train theming on this one, actually. And then you got vest restraints on this one too. So it's pretty comfortable, pretty smooth. Of the ones with the vest restraints, this one might have the worst track work, at least that I've been on. So like, it's still kind of jackhammery, but like, whatever, it's enjoyable. I would do it again at Carowinds. Let's say this one is like 150. Pretty close. Rip Ride Rocket. Rest in peace. This is like my 3rd defunct credit. It's weird. Why did they build a vertical lift hill and then not build a vertical drop? I don't know. It's kind of rough as hell in some spots. bless their heart, Universal tried their best with this ride. The non-inverting loop is awesome though. The whip on that is insane. Then the rest of the ride is like, it's fine. I don't hate it. It's not my favorite thing out there either though. Yeah, too many mid-courses makes it kind of feel like a wild mouse in some ways. Yeah, definitely Fast and Furious is gonna absolutely destroy this thing. It does have some good length to it though, so I'll give it that. I'm gonna say this is a 75. 80, not too far. They're my least favorite wing coaster, but that's not saying a lot because I love all of these things. Yes, it has a bounce on the launch track. Yes, it's an element. It's a special element called a bounce track, and I'll take no criticism of that opinion. But no, Rapterra is fun. I like this a lot more than Dominator in terms of B&M loopers at King's Dominion. Really re-rideable as every wing coaster is because you get different experience depending on what seat you're in. The elements flow really nicely. You get the Raptor roll at the end, which every wing coaster should end with a very slow inline roll. That's just so much fun. I guess technically that thing's almost profiled like a 0G roll, but like, you know, and you have the turn out of it at the end. But yeah, I love Rapterra. Launch is super fun. It adds a lot of variety to your day at King's Dominion. It was a good investment for that park, aside from the roughness. But even then, that's not that bad. So yeah, Rapterra is gonna say like 63. 55. There we go. Magnum. Super controversial coaster. I love it. Haven't been on it in a while. Last chance I had was, well, I guess last October, wasn't that long ago actually. I forgot I wrote it back then. Yeah, this one, first half is kind of like whatever. That first Camelback kind of doesn't do too much. Drop is whatever. Then this is the first hill where the ejector gets really good on this ride. Super sustains ejector on that hill. Flow ejector maybe, but then you hit everything after that turnaround. The turnaround kind of sucks ass, but then everything after this turnaround is just glorious ejector after glorious ejector, beating the shit out of your thighs. Eating, leaving no crumbs. Yeah, Magnum XL slaps. And if you don't like it, you need to get better thighs. Like, I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, Magnum. I'm gonna say 45, 40, maybe 40. 21. Leviathan, my first Giga, and the Giga I've ridden the most recently. Yeah, this ride's very fun. Honestly, not that much worse than Fury, hot take. Not quite as good, but the speed you get on this thing, the first drop feels like it goes on forever, which, of course, with all the hypers and gigas. But yeah, just do yourself a favor and sit in the front row at least once on Leviathan. This thing rips. I'm trying to think of a standout element. I mean, beside the first drop is probably the best element on the ride. This trimmed airtime hill, honestly, even with the trim, is really damn good. I think this thing might even have more sustained airtime than Fury. Fury just maybe has a little bit more variety and length to it. Oh, and that airtime hill into the mid-course is also really good. Or, not the mid-course, yeah, just the regular brake run. So yeah, Leviathan, nice, long, speedy, big fan. I'm gonna say 35 for Leviathan. 30, no. 18 for Leviathan. Ooh, perfect. Leviathan was exactly 18. Very nice. Grizzly at King's Dominion. I've been talking about this a lot throughout the stream. This coaster's, oh, it's so good. Oh my gosh, it's like if you took Phoenix and gave it more twisted hills and a little bit more variety, but also the traditional straight airtime hills aren't quite as good as Phoenix, and you don't have the lap bars, but like the profiling on this thing is just out of this world. You have so much crazy airtime. Standing ejector. This set my expectations for Gravity Group retracts on hopefully some other terrible woodies can get this grizzly treatment. Wild Beast, please. You know, if they don't RMC Wild Beast, I'd be down for that too. But like, yeah, so many of these hills are just incredible on this ride. Like standing airtime in the tunnel, that's something that Phoenix doesn't even do. So yeah, lots of love for Grizzly KD. I want to say like 40 for this guy, 30, 35, 44. Joker New England, the only large scale SS40 I've been on. I waited like an hour for this ride because this park was so busy this day. But yeah, basically everything I said about Toonbeely minus the theming. Even the theming, I like that the rails are two different colors. I think that's cute. But yeah, the flips you get on this thing are insane. It's a lot longer than Toonbeely, so you get more chances to flip a lot. And the power of this thing is just wild. Yeah, I like it. I know I'm gonna get on X2 someday, and I'm gonna stop glazing these regular 40 free spins. But for now, I want to say I rank this around the 80s. 96. There you go. Viper. We have another Darien Lake Classic. Used to have, I think, the inversion world record. There's a Canadian flag on this ride too, which I think is cool. But yeah, it's a solid looper. I've had some good rides on this thing, I've had some bad rides on this thing, but it pleases more often than it disappoints. The Batwing is a pretty unique element. Not a lot of coasters have that one, so you can appreciate it here at Darien. Then I really enjoy the corkscrews on this ride. I don't know what it is about them. They're like profiled the same as every other Aero corkscrew, but something about these is just fun. You get kind of floating sensation through the top of these. Maybe they're just like the exact right size. I don't know. And then this turn through the tunnel is pretty fun. This is a nice long layout. It's got a lot of character to it. Yeah, I'm a fan. Maybe like 110-ish. 135. Oops. I'm missing a few things. I missed Pipeline, couple other coasters. That's basically everything I've been on. I can't think of anything like elite on my list that I missed out on. Let me pull up my credit count real quick and I'll just scroll through real quick. Just to end this off. Alright, so yeah, Air Force, Maverick. I'm not gonna read all these, low-key. I'm just gonna scroll through for you. Treat this as a credit section for the stream. Oh, I didn't get to rank Afterburn, but, you know. Accidentally crashed your program, that's what happens. Good Gravy, I didn't get to rank that. Yeah, we got to basically everything. nothing that I really got the chance to shit talk all my least favorite coasters too, and talk about all my top favorite coasters, of course. Did I mention Top Thrill too? I don't know, I've been streaming for a while. I think we covered Top Thrill 2 towards the start. Let's see. Anything else here I want to talk about? Oh, Orion. Yeah, Orion is really good. Yeah, you can see not too much difference between the 3 B&M Gigas for me. Cheetah Hunt. Love Cheetah Hunt. Thunderbolt was the one. I could not remember. There was a problem in my last video too. I couldn't remember the name of Thunderbolt. Yeah, Thunderbolt's a fantastic wooden coaster. Skyrocket at Kennywood too. Sorry for all the Kennywood misses on this list. Yeah, Skyrocket's really fun as well. Quite enjoy that ride. Verbolten. Great family ride. The drop track is awesome. Bat, Kraken, Medusa, Beast, Gemini, yeah. Covered here. Good Gravy, I like a fair bit more than Soapbox Racers. I do have Racing Rally over Soapbox. That might change. Yeah, Good Gravy. I like it a fair bit more than Soapbox Racers just because it's a bit longer, and I love a Peanuts theme, but like a gravy theme, like come on. You have to love that. And yeah, pretty much got all the stuff at the bottom of the list here. Cyclone sucks. Basically just Cedar Point Corkscrew, maybe just the tiniest bit better. Yeah, you can see I have it a little bit above Steam and Demon. Actually, I think I have Cedar Point Corkscrew a little bit higher than this one, just for the airtime hill. Yeah, my least favorite, Gotham City Gauntlet, Escape from Arkham. Look at my top 10 if you guys want to see that. There we go. Alright, so thank you for watching, everyone. Hope you enjoyed my blind ranking game. And I'll catch y'all in the next one. Have a good one.